What if Harry Potter and Hermione Granger didn't just win the war, but rebuilt the entire world after it? After Voldemort's defeat, Harry keeps the Elder Wand, Hermione takes control of the law, and together they create a new magical empire meant to protect everyone from the horrors of the past. But as their reforms grow stronger, their protection slowly becomes control. This story is divided into 7 chapters, following Harry and Hermione's rise as the so-called West Emperors, the fall of the Statute of Secrecy, the birth of New London, Neville's resistance, and the terrifying question at the heart of it all. Can good people build an empire and still remain good? So watch till the end, because this is not a story about Voldemort's darkness. This is a story about what happens when heroes become powerful enough to decide the future. And before we begin, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share this video with every Harry Potter fan who loves dark political what-if stories.
Chapter 1. The quiet after the fire. The war ended at dawn. The future began before anyone noticed. The first thing Harry Potter noticed after Voldemort died was not the silence. It should have been. After all the screaming, the spellfire, the shattering stone, the great collapsing roar of a battle that had swallowed children and teachers and monsters whole, silence should have felt like mercy. But it did not. Silence felt like an empty chair. It felt like Fred Weasley's body under a sheet. It felt like Remus and Tonks lying too still beside each other. It felt like the great hall breathing in pain, full of people who had survived and did not yet know what survival was supposed to mean. Harry stood apart from them with the Elder Wand in his hand. No one had asked him to give it up yet. That was the strange part, not Ron, not Hermione, not Kingsley Shacklebolt, not McGonagall, who watched him from across the hall with red-rimmed eyes and the kind of grief that had no room left for instructions. Everyone knew what the wand was. Everyone knew what it meant. And still, no one asked. Perhaps they were too tired. Perhaps they were afraid. Or perhaps, Harry thought, they had already begun doing what people always did after a war. They had begun looking for someone to stand at the center of the wreckage and tell them what happened next. He hated that thought. He hated it because it felt too much like something Dumbledore would have understood. The Elder Wand rested lightly between his fingers, smooth and dark and ugly in a way ordinary objects were not ugly. It was not large, it was not ornate, it did not glow, it did not hum with visible power. That made it worse. A thing did not need to announce itself when the world already knew its name. "You're supposed to break it," Ron said quietly. Harry looked over. Ron stood beside him, face pale, eyes raw, shoulders hunched as if his body had aged 10 years in one night. His gaze was fixed on the wand. "I know," Harry said. Ron waited. Across the hall, Molly Weasley was crying over Fred again, only now her crying had gone silent, which was somehow worse. Arthur had one hand on her back and one hand over his own mouth. Ginny sat near them, staring at nothing. Harry looked away. "I know," he repeated, but he did not break it, not then, not when the sun rose fully over the broken windows of Hogwarts, not when the dead were counted, not when the ministry officials began arriving in waves exhausted aurors, trembling clerks, frightened junior assistants suddenly promoted by virtue of being alive, not when Kingsley Shacklebolt, still wearing robes torn from battle, came to him and said, with grave softness, "Harry, there will be questions." Harry almost laughed. Questions, as if the world had not just been split open, as if names on parchment could explain why a 17-year-old boy held the most powerful wand ever made, while the adults tried to decide whether to call him hero, weapon, witness, or problem. Hermione found him 3 hours later in what remained of the defense against the dark arts classroom. The windows were gone. The desks were overturned. Someone's blood had dried across the floorboards in a long, dark smear. Harry stood near the front of the room, staring at the place where teachers had once tried and failed to prepare them for exactly this. Hermione entered without knocking. She had a folder under one arm that, more than anything, made Harry turn. "Hermione," he said, voice rough. What is that? She closed the door behind her, not all the way, just enough. You need to sign something. Harry stared at her. For a moment he thought grief had finally broken something in him and he had misheard. What? Hermione crossed the room. There was dust in her hair and a bruise along her jaw. Her hands were steady, too steady. The Potter estate was never formally transferred to you because you were underage, and because Dumbledore's arrangements made it administratively convenient for the Ministry to leave matters suspended. The Black estate was worse. Sirius's will names you clearly, but the Wisengamot never ratified the transfer because of war conditions. Hermione, if we file now before the old families regroup, before the Ministry stabilizes, before anyone has time to object, then by the end of the week you will legally control both seats. He did not understand, or rather he understood each sentence separately, but not why they existed in the same world as Fred's body downstairs. Hermione, he said again, quieter this time. People are dead. Her face changed, only slightly, a small tightening around the mouth. A blink held too long, I know. Then why are you talking about estates? Because people are dead, she said. The answer struck harder than he expected. Hermione opened the folder. Inside were documents, ministry seals, genealogical confirmations, inheritance petitions, emergency succession forms. Everything prepared, everything already done except his signature. Harry looked at the pages and felt a coldness settle inside him. When did you do this? During the night? You were fighting? Yes. And filing legal papers? Yes. He stared at her. Hermione did not look ashamed. That frightened him more than if she had. The Ministry is shattered, she said. The Wisengamot is compromised. Half the old families backed Voldemort openly, and the other half will pretend they were confused. Kingsley will try to rebuild the system because he's a good man, and good men believe broken things can be repaired if enough decent people work hard enough. And you don't. I think broken systems protect the people who learned how to survive inside them. Harry looked down at the Elder Wand. Hermione followed his gaze. Neither of them spoke for several seconds. Then she said, "Someone is going to fill the vacuum." Harry's grip tightened. "You think it should be me?" "I think it already is." That was the first truly dangerous thing she said, not because it was cruel, because it sounded true. Harry turned away from her and looked out through the broken window. Below, Hogwarts grounds were littered with debris. Giants' footprints had crushed the grass into mud. Smoke rose from the edge of the forbidden forest. He could see people moving between the wounded. He could see children looking for parents. He could see adults looking for leaders. "I don't want power," Harry said. "I know. I never wanted any of this." "I know. That doesn't make it right." "No," Hermione said. "It doesn't." He turned back. "Then why are you asking me?" Her voice softened, but her eyes did not. "Because you having power and pretending you don't is worse." That stayed with him, long after he signed, long after the quill scratched his name across the first page, then the second, then the third. Harry James Potter, Harry James Potter Black. Lord Potter, Lord Black, names he had never asked for settling over him like robes cut for someone older, colder, and already dead. When it was done, Hermione gathered the papers carefully. At the door, she stopped. "Harry," he did not look at her. "What? If you want to break the wand, break it." His throat tightened. But don't do it because Dumbledore would have wanted you to." Then she left, and Harry stood alone in the ruined classroom, holding the Elder Wand, understanding for the first time that the dead could still give orders if the living were obedient enough. He did not break it. Ron found out 2 days later, not from Harry. That was the first wound. He found out because Percy, pale and overworked and trying desperately not to collapse under grief, mentioned the emergency confirmations during a ministry briefing. "Potter and Black both?" Ron asked. Percy froze. Hermione, standing beside Harry near the back of the temporary ministry chamber, closed her eyes for half a second. Harry knew then. The conversation happened outside, in a corridor still smelling faintly of smoke and wet stone. Ron did not shout. That made it worse. "If you'd told me," he said. "I might have understood," Harry swallowed. "I should have." Ron looked at Hermione. "No, you should have." Hermione's face was composed in the way it became when she had already decided pain was irrelevant. "I did what needed doing." Ron gave a short, humorless laugh. There it is. Ron? No, that's brilliant. Really, that's perfect. His voice stayed low. Fred's dead, Lupin's dead, Tonks is dead, and you two are already moving pieces around a board. Harry flinched, Hermione did not. That is not fair, she said. Ron's eyes flashed. No, it isn't, but it's close enough. Silence filled the corridor. Somewhere nearby, a clerk dropped a stack of files. Papers scattered. No one moved to help. Ron looked at Harry again. Are you going to break it? Harry did not need to ask what he meant. His fingers moved almost instinctively toward the wand inside his robes. Ron saw. That was answer enough. Something in his face closed. Right. Ron, Harry said, but the word had no strength behind it. Ron stepped back, not dramatically, not like someone ending a friendship in a story, just one step, then another. I hope you know what you're doing. Hermione said nothing. Harry said nothing. Ron nodded once, as if that silence confirmed everything he had feared, and walked away. That was the last time the three of them stood together as equals. Kingsley Shacklebolt became Minister for Magic 11 days after the battle. No one else had the moral authority to stand. No one else had the public trust. No one else could speak the names of the dead and make the living believe that order was still possible. His first speech was beautiful. Measured, sorrowful. Strong without being triumphant, he promised trials, he promised reform. He promised that never again would fear and blood purity twist the ministry into a weapon against its own people. The crowd wept. Harry stood beside Hermione near the front, dressed in black formal robes he had not chosen. The Potter crest had been stitched near one sleeve. The black crest near the other, he had wanted to remove them. Hermione had told him not to. Symbols matter, she had said. He had nearly replied that symbols got people killed. But then he remembered banners over Death Eater camps, dark marks over houses, lightning scars printed on resistance pamphlets, and realized she already knew. Kingsley saw them after the speech. For a moment, the new minister looked only tired. Then his eyes flicked to Harry's sleeve, Potter black. His expression did not change. That was how Harry knew Kingsley understood. Harry, Kingsley said warmly. Hermione. Minister, Hermione replied. Harry almost smiled at that, almost. Kingsley noticed the title too. You don't have to call me that. Yes, Hermione said. I do. Kingsley studied her. Then, Harry, you'll come to the ministry tomorrow. Harry hesitated. Hermione answered first. Lord Potter Black will attend with counsel. Counsel. Technically true, practically a warning. Kingsley's gaze sharpened. Of course. Harry felt the shape of it then, not conflict, not yet, something quieter, two powers recognizing each other across a polite conversation. Kingsley had the ministry, Harry had the public, Hermione had the law. And the Elder Wand, hidden beneath Harry's robes, had the silence of every aura standing close enough to remember what it could do. Ginny lasted longer than Ron. That hurt differently. She did not confront him. Not at first. She stayed through the funerals, through the inheritance hearings. Through the first ministry sessions, where Hermione sat beside Harry with a stack of annotated legal codes and corrected senior officials twice her age, until they began bringing extra clerks just to keep up. Ginny watched all of it with a careful, guarded expression. Sometimes she took Harry's hand. Sometimes he let himself believe that meant he was still the same person. 3 months after the battle, she came to Grimmauld Place. It was raining. Harry remembered that clearly, rain against the black windows, rain in the square outside, rain running down Ginny's hair because she had not bothered with an umbrella. "You're not coming back, are you?" she asked. He stood in the hallway beneath the portrait of Sirius's mother, which had finally been silenced by a layered charm Hermione designed and Harry powered. "Back where?" Ginny smiled sadly. "That's the answer." He looked away. "I don't know how to be normal after this." "I didn't ask you to be normal. No, you asked me to come back. I asked you to remember there was something to come back to." The words landed gently. That made them worse. Harry wanted to say he remembered. He wanted to say the burrow still felt like home. He wanted to say Quidditch, laughter, summer grass, Molly's cooking, Ron's terrible jokes. Ginny's hand and his all of it still existed somewhere inside him untouched, but the truth was uglier. Every time he thought of going back, he saw the Great Hall. Every time he imagined peace, he saw people waiting for permission to feel safe. Every time he tried to set the Elder Wand down, he thought of what someone else might do with power if he refused to hold it. Ginny watched him understand his own silence. Her eyes shone, but she did not cry. "You're becoming something," she said. Harry's voice broke. "I don't know what. I do." He looked at her then. Ginny stepped forward and kissed his cheek, not his mouth. That was the ending. "I loved you before everyone needed you," she whispered. "I don't think I can love what they're making you into. They're not making me." She looked at him with such sorrow that he wished she had shouted. "No, Harry," she said. "That's the problem." Then she left. Harry did not follow. The Elder Wand lay on the table in the drawing room. For the first time, he hated it. For the first time, he understood that hating it changed nothing. Hermione came later that night. She found him in the drawing room, sitting in the dark. "She left?" Hermione asked. Harry laughed once. There was no humor in it. "You knew she would." "I thought she might." "That's not an answer." "No," Hermione said. "It isn't." She sat across from him. For a while, neither spoke. The house creaked around them. Grimmauld Place had always sounded alive in unpleasant ways, but now it felt less like a haunted house and more like an inheritance waiting to be weaponized. Finally, Harry said, "Are we wrong?" Hermione did not answer quickly. That was one of the things he trusted about her, even now, especially now. "I don't know," she said. Harry looked up. Hermione's face was pale in the dim light. "I know the Ministry cannot be allowed to rebuild itself unchanged. I know the Wisengamot will protect itself if we let it. I know blood status will survive every law written against it unless someone tears out the incentives that keep it alive. I know Kingsley is good, and I know goodness is not the same thing as structural power." "That sounds like an answer." "It isn't," her voice lowered. "It's a list of reasons." Harry stared at the Elder Wand. "What if reasons are how people justify becoming monsters?" Hermione's eyes flicked to the wand too. "Then we watch each other." He almost smiled. "Is that enough?" No, the honesty was brutal, and somehow it helped. Harry reached for the wand, not to use it, just to hold it. Its weight was familiar now. That frightened him more than its power. Outside, London slept badly. The magical world mourned. The Ministry reorganized. The old families whispered. The survivors waited. And in the dark drawing room of number 12, Grimmauld Place, Harry Potter made the decision that would define the rest of his life. Not to conquer, not yet, not even to rule, only to not step away, only to keep the wand. Only to let Hermione build the framework around him, while he told himself that power held reluctantly was safer than power held hungrily. It was the kind of lie good people told when they were still good enough to feel guilty. By morning, the first petitions arrived. By evening, the first political bloc formed around him. By the end of the week, newspapers had stopped calling him simply Harry Potter. They called him Lord Potter Black. They called him the victor of Hogwarts. They called him the master of the Elder Wand. No one called him emperor. Not then. But Hermione clipped every article, filed every speech, annotated every legal precedent, and began writing notes in the margins of history. Harry never asked what she was preparing. That was his first abdication, and her first throne. Chapter 2, The Architecture of Inevitability. Power is never seized by those who understand it. It is arranged until refusal becomes impractical. 18 months after the Battle of Hogwarts, the Ministry of Magic looked almost respectable again. That was the danger. The cracked marble had been replaced. The atrium fountain had been rebuilt, though Hermione had personally objected to any return of the old imagery. There were no kneeling muggles now, no witch and wizard standing above lesser beings in bronze superiority. The new fountain showed a circle instead. Witch, wizard, goblin, centaur, house elf, muggle-born child, squib, all facing inward, all equal in theory. Hermione had drafted the proposal herself. The public loved it. The newspapers called it a symbol of the new age. Harry had stood beside Kingsley Shacklebolt at the unveiling and watched flashbulbs light up the polished stone like spellfire. He remembered thinking that the fountain was beautiful. He also remembered Hermione whispering beside him, Symbols are easiest to change. He had looked at her then. She had not looked back. She was watching the crowd, counting reactions, measuring applause, sorting people into categories only she could see. Since the war, Hermione Granger had become indispensable. That was the word everyone used, indispensable. The minister said it warmly. The Wisengamot said it with irritation. The press said it with admiration. Reform groups said it with hope. Old families said it with fear disguised as contempt. She had no elected office, no formal ministry department, no hereditary seat of her own. Officially, she was legal counsel to Lord Potter Black. Unofficially, there was not a single major reform document in the ministry archives that had not passed across her desk. Post-war asset restitution, trial procedure reform, aura oversight, memory charm regulation, muggle-born reparations, house elf contractual protection, wand ownership appeals, dark mark registration and surveillance. Hermione wrote, amended, corrected, cross-referenced, and quietly built. She did not sleep much. Harry knew because he did not sleep much either. Grimmauld Place had changed, not softened. Never that. The house was too old and too mean to become kind. But Hermione had turned it efficient. The drawing room became a legal war room. The dining room became an archive. The library, once full of black family poison masquerading as tradition, had been stripped, catalogued, warded, and repurposed into the private administrative center of the Potter Black Block. Harry sometimes missed when the house had merely been haunted. Now it was organized. That felt worse. At 2 in the morning, 18 months after Voldemort's death, Harry found Hermione in the library surrounded by 7 open books, 3 floating quills, and a wall-sized projection of Wisengamot voting patterns. Names glowed in columns: green for reliable reformist, red for traditionalist opposition, gray for undecided, gold for purchasable through prestige, blue for susceptible to public pressure, black for compromised. Harry stared at the colors. Should I ask what black means? Hermione did not look up. No, that's comforting. It wasn't meant to be. He stepped farther into the room. The fire was low. Her tea had gone cold. There was ink on her left hand and exhaustion under her eyes. For a moment, Harry saw the girl from the tent again, hair wild, face pale, refusing to fall apart because one of them had to know what to do next. Then the projection shifted and the girl was gone. In her place sat the most dangerous person in Britain. "What are you working on?" he asked. "Emergency governance provisions." Harry paused. That sounds like something Kingsley should know about. He does. Harry waited. Hermione turned a page. "He knows about the version I gave him." There it was. The sentence itself was small. The implications were not. Harry sat across from her. "Hermione." She sighed, as if he had interrupted her at an inconvenient but expected point in the argument. The ministry nearly became a fascist puppet government because every emergency authority had to pass through institutions already captured by the people causing the emergency. "I know." "No, you remember, that isn't the same thing as understanding structurally." Harry flinched, she noticed. Her expression softened for half a second, then hardened again. The Wisengamot delayed anti-Death Eater measures for decades because too many of its members had social, financial, or blood ties to the same families. The minister's office was powerful enough to abuse people, but not powerful enough to prevent institutional rot. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was dependent on political authorization from the very body it was supposed to investigate. "And your solution is what?" Harry asked. "Give someone the power to suspend all of it during periods of extraordinary threat." "Who defines extraordinary?" Hermione finally looked at him. That was answer enough. Harry leaned back. "No, you haven't read it. I heard enough." "No, you heard the part that frightens you?" "That isn't the same thing. It should frighten me. It frightens me too." "Does it?" The words left his mouth sharper than he intended. For the first time that night, Hermione looked wounded, not angry, wounded. Harry regretted it immediately, but he did not take it back. Hermione closed the book in front of her, quietly. "You think I don't know what this sounds like? I think you know exactly what it sounds like." "Yes," she said, "that's why I'm the one writing it." The fire cracked. Harry stared at her. Hermione's voice was low now. If someone like Lucius Malfoy writes emergency law, it becomes a weapon for preserving hierarchy. If someone like Fudge writes it, it becomes a tool for cowardice. If someone like Scrimgeour writes it, it becomes military vanity. If someone like Kingsley writes it, it becomes too restrained to be useful until after people are dead. And if you write it, then at least every blade is labeled. Harry almost laughed. He did not, because he understood her. That was the worst part. He understood the logic. He understood the fear beneath it. He understood why a girl who had been hunted by her own government at 17 might decide that laws were only moral if they could move faster than evil, and he understood that understanding did not make it safe. "What do you need from me?" he asked. Hermione opened another folder. Presents. Harry's mouth twisted. "That's becoming a theme. You don't need to speak. In fact, it would be better if you didn't." "Thanks. They trust your silence more than most people's arguments." Harry looked at the projection again. Names, colors, weaknesses. "Do they trust me?" he asked. Hermione followed his gaze. "No," she paused. "They trust what opposing you would cost." That sentence stayed with him for a long time. The first use of the emergency suspension clause was not dramatic. That was Hermione's genius. No war, no riot, no assassination attempt, no monster at the border. Just a dispute about Cauldron import licensing. The Department of International Magical Trade had discovered that several old pure-blood companies were exploiting post-war reconstruction contracts by inflating the price of basic brewing equipment sold to Muggle-born families entering magical education. It was petty, ugly, predictable. Hermione brought the reform bill before the Wisengamot on a wet Thursday morning. Harry sat beside her in formal black robes, the Elder Wand visible across his lap, not raised, never raised. That would have been vulgar. Its presence was enough. The chamber noticed. It always did. The Wisengamot had recovered its robes, its benches, its self-importance. Many of the old seats were empty now, their owners dead, imprisoned, disgraced, or pretending illness. Newer members sat among the ancient families, still looking uncomfortable in a room designed to make them feel temporary. Hermione rose. She was 20 years old. There were people in that chamber who had served on committees longer than she had been alive. She spoke as if this was their disadvantage. The proposed measure establishes fair pricing requirements for all educationally necessary magical goods during the Reconstruction period, she said. It also creates penalties for coordinated market manipulation targeting protected classes. Avery's cousin, not the Death Eater, but close enough to wear the family name like a hereditary sneer, rose 3 minutes later. This chamber cannot be expected to surrender commercial independence every time Miss Granger discovers inequality in arithmetic. A few traditionalists chuckled. Hermione waited until the laughter died. That would be an excellent objection if the ledgers in question were not falsified. Silence. The man stiffened. Hermione lifted a parchment. 3 shell companies, 2 goblin intermediaries, 14 altered invoices. 1 bribed clerk in the Department of Trade, who has already provided testimony in exchange for limited sentencing consideration. The chamber stirred. Harry watched the colors from Hermione's projection come alive in human form. Green members leaned forward. Red members went still. Gray members glanced around to see where safety was. Gold members watched Harry. They always watched Harry. The Avery cousin's mouth tightened. If Miss Granger has evidence of criminal misconduct, she may submit it through the proper. I have. To the appropriate committee, I did. Then this matter should be reviewed. It was. Before this chamber is asked to approve punitive legislation under pressure, Hermione smiled faintly. There was no warmth in it. Unfortunately, the committee failed to reach quorum. That is hardly grounds. Because 4 members had financial relationships with the companies under investigation. 2 refused to attend, and 1 attempted to destroy evidence. Now the chamber erupted. Harry did not move. He had learned that stillness did more than anger. Kingsley sat in the minister's chair, face grave. He had not known all of it. Harry could tell that bothered him. Hermione turned toward the central bench. Under the Provisional Reconstruction Authority Act, subsection 7, clause 3, obstruction of essential post-war educational access during a verified institutional conflict of interest qualifies as an extraordinary administrative threat. The words were dry, almost boring. That was why half the chamber did not understand what had just happened. Kingsley did. His eyes moved to Hermione with sudden sharpness. Hermione continued, "I therefore move for temporary suspension of committee review and immediate ministerial implementation." The chamber went silent. This was not revolution. This was not tyranny. This was cauldron pricing. That was the trap. To oppose the clause here would mean defending profiteering against Muggle-born children. Hermione had chosen the ground perfectly. A reformer stood first, then another, then a third. The motion passed by a humiliating margin. Harry watched Kingsley sign the implementation order. The minister's hand did not shake, but his jaw was tight. Hermione sat down beside Harry. "You made that look small," Harry murmured. "It was small." "No," Harry said. "It wasn't," she did not reply. Below them, the Wisengamot moved on to the next agenda item, unaware that a door had opened behind them and would never fully close again. The Muggle Integration White Paper was published 5 months later. It was 612 pages long. No one expected the public to read it. Hermione did. She released 3 versions, the full legal and strategic document for ministry officials, a shortened policy edition for newspapers, a plain-language educational pamphlet distributed freely in Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, Hogwarts, and every registered Muggle-born household in Britain. The title was careful on the strategic unsustainability and moral failure of the Statute of Secrecy in the modern age. Harry had stared at it for nearly a minute. "You really know how to make something sound inviting." Hermione had not looked amused. "It's not meant to be inviting. It's meant to be impossible to dismiss." It was. That was the problem. The paper argued that the statute of secrecy had already failed in everything except public admission. Muggle surveillance had advanced too far. Satellite imaging, CCTV networks, financial records, digital communications, population databases, forensic science. Hermione did not describe these things as threats. She described them as weather, unavoidable conditions. The magical world, she argued, had survived by relying on memory modification, concealment charms, and institutional arrogance. That model was decaying. Every decade would require more obliviators, more cover stories, more magical coercion against non-magical civilians who had committed no crime except noticing reality. The moral argument was stronger. Muggle-born children were still being torn from one world into another, and told to lie forever to half their family. Squibs were discarded into a world whose systems they had been deliberately kept too ignorant to navigate. Magical governments exercised power over non-magical populations without consent, oversight, or accountability. The statute did not protect Muggles from magic, Hermione wrote. It protected magical institutions from Muggle scrutiny. That sentence was quoted everywhere. Reformers loved it. Traditionalists called it treason. Hermione had wanted both. Within a week, the Wisengamot split into factions so cleanly that even the newspapers could draw the lines: the integrationists, the preservationists, the moderates, the security bloc. Harry hated the names. Hermione collected them. "People are easier to move once they name themselves," she said. The white paper made her famous in a way war never had. During the war, Harry had been the symbol, the chosen one, the boy with the scar, the sacrifice, the survivor. Hermione had been known, respected, admired, even feared by those paying attention. But after the white paper, she became something else, a mind the public could point to, a future with footnotes. Invitations came daily, debates, lectures, panels, private dinners, ministry committees. International correspondence. Some called her visionary, some called her dangerous. One French editorial called her the most alarming legal intellect Britain has produced in 2 centuries. Hermione translated it herself and pinned it above her desk. Harry found it there one evening. "Should I be worried that you seem pleased? I'm not pleased. You framed it. It's useful to know when people are afraid for the correct reasons." Harry leaned against the doorway. "And what are the correct reasons?" Hermione's quill paused, then continued. "That I'm right." Kingsley requested a private meeting after the third week of public debate, not at the ministry, at Hogwarts. That choice was deliberate. Harry knew it as soon as the message arrived. Hogwarts softened things. Or it was supposed to. The castle had been repaired but not restored. Some scars remained by choice. A shattered section of the courtyard wall had been preserved under glass. The names of the dead had been carved into white stone near the entrance to the great hall. Harry avoided looking too long. Every name was a hand on his shoulder. Kingsley waited in McGonagall's office. Minerva McGonagall was there too, standing behind her desk with a face like cut granite. Hermione entered beside Harry carrying 3 folders. McGonagall noticed. Of course she did. "Miss Granger," she said, "Professor, do you ever arrive anywhere unarmed?" Hermione blinked, then lifted one folder slightly. "Not anymore." McGonagall's expression tightened. Harry wished Hermione had lied. Kingsley gestured for them to sit. "This is not a formal inquiry," he said. "That depends on whether minutes are being kept," Hermione replied. "They are not." "Then it is less useful than one." Kingsley sighed. Harry rubbed his eyes. Hermione, she closed her mouth for now. Kingsley looked at Harry. "The white paper has caused international concern." "That was inevitable," Hermione said. Kingsley ignored her. "Several foreign ministries have contacted my office. France is furious. Germany is cautious. The Americans are pretending amusement, which means they are worried. The International Confederation wants reassurance that Britain is not preparing unilateral disclosure." "Is Britain?" McGonagall asked. The question landed like a blade. Harry did not answer. Hermione did. "Britain is preparing for the possibility that unilateral disclosure may become strategically necessary." McGonagall closed her eyes. "Dear God." "That is not a policy argument," Hermione said. "No," McGonagall replied. "It is a prayer." Harry looked down. Kingsley leaned forward. "Hermione, you are not wrong about the weaknesses in the statute. I know. But being right about a flaw does not mean every solution is justified." "I know that too. Do you?" There was no anger in Kingsley's voice, only grief. Hermione went still. Harry watched her expression carefully. For a moment she looked younger. Then the moment vanished. "Minister," she said, "during the war, the ministry used law to register, isolate, and persecute Muggle-borns. It did so efficiently because the legal infrastructure already existed. Secrecy made it possible. Pure blood capture made it sustainable. Bureaucratic cowardice made it ordinary." McGonagall's mouth tightened. Hermione continued. "You are asking me to preserve a system whose best defense is that it can function ethically when controlled by decent people. I am saying that is not enough." Kingsley was silent. Harry knew that silence. He had lived inside it himself. The silence of a good man recognizing a terrible argument with too much truth in it. "And what role," Kingsley asked softly, "does Harry play in this future?" Hermione did not answer immediately. That frightened Harry. McGonagall looked at him then, not Hermione. "What role do you want, Potter?" It had been a long time since she had called him that. Not Lord Potter Black, not Harry Potter, a student standing in trouble, a boy who had once lost house points and worried about Quidditch. Harry's throat tightened. "I don't want people like Voldemort to happen again." "No one does." "That's not true," Harry said. The room chilled. He had not meant to say it that plainly, but once spoken, the words demanded completion. "Some people want the world that made him. They just don't want the dark mark over it. They want the old seats, the old laws, the old marriages, the old jokes about blood. They want Muggle-borns grateful. They want werewolves desperate. They want house elves invisible. They want the ministry polite enough to pretend cruelty is tradition." McGonagall's face changed. Harry pressed on. "And if we wait for everyone to agree before changing it, then we're choosing their comfort over the next child who gets crushed by it." Kingsley looked pained. "And the Elder Wand?" Harry's hand moved to his sleeve. The wand was there, always there. He hated that it comforted him. "I haven't used it to force a vote." "No," Kingsley said. "You haven't had to." That struck cleanly. Hermione looked at Kingsley with something close to respect. McGonagall looked at Harry with disappointment. She was too kind to weaponize. That was worse. The meeting ended without resolution. Of course it did. The best arguments rarely ended anything. As Harry and Hermione left the office, McGonagall called after him, "Potter." He stopped. Hermione stopped with him. McGonagall's gaze flicked to her, then back to Harry. There are many ways to lose yourself after a war. Some look very much like duty. Harry had no answer, so Hermione gave one. Sometimes duty is what remains after the self is no longer useful. McGonagall stared at her. "Oh, Miss Granger," she said quietly, "what have they done to you?" Hermione's face did not move, less than they intended. Then she walked away. Harry followed. He hated himself a little for that. The ceremony took place in late spring. It was not called a coronation. Hermione was very clear about that. "No crowns," she said. Harry sat in the fitting room at Twilfit and Tatting's while 3 nervous robe-makers adjusted the hem of formal robes so dark they seemed to drink light. "No throne." Hermione continued. A measuring tape curled itself around Harry's shoulders. No oath of kingship, no hereditary language, no imperial titles. "You keep saying what it isn't," Harry said. "That's because what it is depends on who's watching." He looked at her reflection in the mirror. Hermione stood behind him in deep blue robes, hair pinned back, holding a list. She looked composed. She looked unstoppable. She looked lonely. "What is it to you?" Harry asked. That caught her, only for a second, a stabilization ritual. "Hermione?" "A public consolidation of irregular authority into a recognized constitutional form." Hermione, her jaw tightened, a coronation without the liabilities of monarchy. The robe-makers suddenly became very interested in the floor. Harry closed his eyes. "I don't want to be a king." "Good." "Kings are legally inconvenient." He opened his eyes and glared at her. She did not smile. "I'm serious." "So am I." The measuring tape retreated. Harry dismissed the robe-makers with a look. They fled gratefully. When the door closed, he turned to Hermione. "Do you hear yourself any more?" The question was cruel. He knew it as soon as he said it. Hermione went very still. "Yes," she said. "Constantly." Harry looked away first. She lowered the list. "You think I want this to be easy for you? I don't know what you want. I want you alive. I am alive. I want you powerful enough that no one can make your survival conditional again." There it was, not politics, not law, not reform, fear, buried deep under all the architecture. Harry's anger faltered. Hermione stepped closer. "Do you know what I remember most about the war?" He did not answer. "Not Malfoy Manor, not the tent, not even the Department of Mysteries. I remember everyone explaining why you had to die." Harry's breath caught. Dumbledore, Snape, the prophecy, the Horcrux, the plan, the war, always the same conclusion from different mouths. "Harry has to die so everyone else can live." "Hermione, no!" Her voice shook once, then steadied. "I am done living in worlds that require your sacrifice and call it morality." The room was silent. Harry could not speak. Hermione looked away, embarrassed by the emotion more than the confession. "So yes," she said quietly. "I am building something around you. Yes, I am making dissent expensive. Yes, I am using every law, custom, title, debt, and symbol I can get my hands on, because the next time the world decides it needs something from you, I want it to ask permission." Harry stared at her. The terrible thing was that love could become law if grief was clever enough, and Hermione was very clever. The ceremony happened 3 days later. It was held in the rebuilt atrium, not Hogwarts, not the Wisengamot chamber, the ministry. That was another deliberate choice. The public had to see the state acknowledging Harry, not Harry begging legitimacy from the state. Kingsley presided. McGonagall attended, but did not stand near the front. The Wisengamot sat in ranked formation. Foreign envoys watched from protected balconies. Reporters filled the back half of the hall. Harry walked alone. No music at first, only footsteps. His robes carried the Potter and black crests, but Hermione had added a third symbol beneath them. A small silver wand crossed with a broken chain. When he had asked what it meant, she said, "Whatever people need it to mean." He hated how often that was useful. At the center of the atrium stood no throne, only a circular platform of white stone. Harry stepped onto it. Kingsley faced him. For one fragile moment, Harry saw the man who had fought beside him, not the minister, not the political counterweight, just Kingsley, tired and kind and worried. Then the formal words began. Harry James Potter Black, by recognition of service rendered, sacrifice endured, an authority lawfully inherited through the ancient and noble houses of Potter and Black. Harry listened without listening. Titles accumulated in the air: Defender of the Realm, Supreme War Witness, Holder of Extraordinary Magical Right, Permanent Security Advisor to the Ministry, High Protector of the British Isles. That was the one the papers would use. Hermione had known that. She stood to Harry's right, half a step behind him. Legal counsel, architect, witness. The Elder Wand was in Harry's right hand, visible. That had been the argument. He had resisted. Hermione had insisted. "People need to see it," she said. "They already know I have it. Knowledge and sight are not the same. What if it frightens them? It will. And that doesn't bother you. Of course it bothers me. But fear attached to restraint becomes legitimacy." He had hated that sentence. He had still carried the wand. Now every eye in the atrium found it. The ceremony contained no crown, no throne, no declaration of rule. And yet, when Kingsley placed his hand over Harry's and formally recognized him as High Protector, a sound moved through the crowd that was not quite applause and not quite surrender. Harry looked out over them. Witches, wizards, survivors, opportunists, reformers, cowards, children on their parents' shoulders, auras standing at attention, old families smiling with dead eyes, Muggleborns crying because they believed this meant safety. Maybe it did. That was the horror. A thing could be both cage and shelter. The applause began. Harry did not raise the wand. He did not need to. Neville came to Grimmauld Place 1 week later. He arrived without entourage, without announcement, and without fear. That last part mattered. Most people entered Harry's house carefully now. They glanced at portraits, at wards, at Hermione's files, at Harry's sleeves. Neville walked in like someone visiting a friend. Harry had missed that more than he expected. "Neville," he said, genuinely glad for a moment. They were almost boys again, awkward, tired, alive by accident. Neville had changed after the war. Everyone had, of course. But Neville's change was different. He had grown into himself with quiet finality. He was not polished, not grand, not sharp like Hermione or symbol-heavy like Harry. He was steady. That made him difficult to move. They sat in the kitchen. Creature brought tea without being asked, bowed deeply to Harry, and gave Neville a suspicious look before leaving. Neville watched him go. Still weird, that. "Everything is weird now." "Yeah." Silence settled, not uncomfortable, not yet. Neville wrapped both hands around his cup. "I saw the ceremony." Harry looked down. "I didn't choose the title." "No, but you stood there while they gave it to you." Harry's jaw tightened. "You came here to say that?" "I came here because someone should." There was no accusation in his voice. That made Harry listen. Neville looked older than 20. They all did. "I've been working with the Auror office," he said. "Not full-time. Training support, herbological countermeasures, some field consultation. I heard. Kingsley said you were good." Neville gave a small shrug. "Kingsley says encouraging things. It's one of his better habits." Harry almost smiled. Then Neville's expression shifted. "I also hear things." Harry said nothing. Hermione's emergency provisions, the voting blocks, the way old families suddenly lose committee seats after opposing you, the way newspapers get access to certain documents at very convenient moments. Harry's hand tightened around his cup. "Hermione doesn't fabricate evidence." "I didn't say she did." "Then what are you saying?" "I'm saying truth can be aimed." Harry looked up. Neville met his eyes. The kitchen felt colder. "You're doing what Tom Riddle did," Neville said quietly. "You're just better at the paperwork." The words hit like a curse. Harry stood so fast his chair scraped backward. "Don't." Neville did not move. "Harry, don't compare me to him." "I'm not comparing your soul to his. I'm comparing your direction." "You think I'm becoming Voldemort?" "No," Neville said. "That would be easier." Harry stared at him. Neville's voice stayed calm. Voldemort was obvious. He wanted power because he loved power. He hurt people because he enjoyed proving he could. People followed him because they were afraid or cruel or hungry for the world he promised. I am not promising that world, I know. Then what is this? Neville leaned forward. You are promising safety without asking what people will have to surrender to get it. Harry had no immediate answer. That angered him more than the accusation. Neville continued. And Hermione is building laws that assume the right person will always be holding the knife. Hermione is trying to stop the old world from coming back. I know, do you? Harry snapped. Neville's face hardened for the first time. My parents are in St. Mungo's because the old world protected people who thought torture was politics. So yes, Harry, I know. The room went still. Harry looked away. Shame burned hot and immediate. I'm sorry. Neville nodded once, accepted, not softened. That's why I'm here, Neville said. Because I know exactly how tempting it is to want a world where people like that never get room to breathe. I want it too sometimes. Harry sat down slowly. Neville looked at him with painful kindness. But there's a difference between stopping monsters and building a world where no one can oppose you because opposition looks too much like danger. Harry thought of the Wisengamot chamber, the wand across his lap. The way men twice his age swallowed objections. They can oppose me, Harry said. Neville's expression did not change. Can they? Harry almost answered, then stopped. That was the first crack. Neville saw it. He stood. I'm not your enemy, I know. I might become one. Harry looked up sharply. Neville's voice was gentle. I'd rather tell you now while it still hurts both of us. He left soon after. Harry remained in the kitchen long after the tea went cold. When Hermione came in that evening, she knew immediately. What happened? Neville came. Her face changed in a way most people would not have noticed. Harry noticed everything about her now. What did he say? Harry looked at the table. That I'm doing what Tom Riddle did, just better at the paperwork. Hermione was silent. He expected outrage, defensiveness, a cutting dismissal. Instead, she pulled out a chair and sat down slowly. That sounds like Neville. Harry looked at her. You're not angry? I didn't say that. But you think he's wrong? Hermione's fingers rested on the table, still ink-stained, always ink-stained. I think he is identifying a real danger and misreading the available alternatives. Harry laughed softly. There it is. Her eyes narrowed. What? The sentence that makes anything possible. That hurt her. He saw it. This time he did not apologize. Hermione looked away. For a while neither spoke. Then she said, Do you want to stop? The question should have been simple. It was not. Harry thought of Ginny walking away in the rain. Ron stepping backward in the corridor. Kingsley's tired eyes. McGonagall asking what had been done to Hermione. Neville saying enemy like a future he was already grieving. Then he thought of Muggle-born children priced out of cauldrons by men who had survived Voldemort by being useful to him. He thought of werewolves begging for employment licenses. He thought of house elves who still could not testify in court without owner permission. He thought of the Wisengamot benches filled with families who knew how to wait. No, Harry said. Hermione closed her eyes, not in relief, in recognition. Harry hated that she had known the answer. Then we keep going, she said. He looked at her. And if Neville is right, Hermione opened her eyes. Then we make sure he survives long enough to tell us. That was meant to comfort him. It did not. But Harry nodded anyway. Outside Grimmauld Place, Britain adjusted itself around a new centre. The ministry remained. The Wisengamot debated. Kingsley governed. The newspapers argued. The public hoped. The old families calculated. Neville watched. Hermione wrote. And Harry Potter, High Protector of the British Isles, Master of the Elder Wand, Lord of two ancient and noble houses, told himself that he had not chosen power. He had merely failed to refuse it at every opportunity. It was almost the same thing. Almost. That was where the Empire began. Chapter 3. The Statute Falls. The world did not end when magic was revealed. That was the problem. It adapted. The first Muggle Prime Minister to learn the truth after the war did not scream. Hermione had predicted screaming. Not literally, perhaps, but some expression of disbelief violent enough to interrupt the briefing. Denial. Anger. religious panic, threats, security evacuation, calls for doctors, calls for soldiers, calls for whatever quiet department handled impossibilities when they entered government buildings wearing polished shoes. Instead, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom sat behind his desk, stared at the teacup Hermione had just levitated 3 feet above the carpet, and said, very softly, "How long?" Harry stood beside the fireplace. Hermione sat opposite the Prime Minister with a folder on her lap. Kingsley Shacklebolt sat to her right, expression grave, hands folded. 2 senior Muggle security officials stood near the door, both trying very hard not to look frightened. The teacup rotated in the air, slowly, deliberately. Hermione lowered it back onto the saucer without a sound. "How long has your government known?" the Prime Minister asked. Kingsley answered, "Various predecessors of your office have been informed at intervals for centuries." The Prime Minister's face tightened, so the answer is centuries. "In some form," Kingsley said, "that is not a meaningful distinction." "No," Hermione said. "It isn't." Kingsley glanced at her. The Prime Minister did too. Hermione opened the folder. Harry recognized the motion. He had seen it before court sessions, before Wisengamot hearings, before Hermione dismantled someone's defense with nothing more than dates and clauses. This time, the room was different. The stakes were different, but her hands were just as steady. "The secrecy framework is failing," she said. "Not in theory, in measurable practice. Over the last 10 years, non-magical surveillance systems have recorded 216 unexplained incidents requiring magical intervention within the United Kingdom alone. Of those, 47 required memory modification of more than 10 individuals. 6 required alteration of digital records across multiple private or government networks. 1 required the fabrication of an industrial gas leak to explain a dragon sighting over Northumberland. The Prime Minister stared at her. "A dragon?" "Yes." "A real dragon?" "Yes." He closed his eyes for 1 second, then opened them. Harry almost respected him for that. Hermione continued. "The current system depends on concealment, memory alteration, and unilateral magical action against non-magical citizens who have committed no crime. That is ethically indefensible and strategically unsustainable." One of the security officials found his voice. "Are you suggesting public disclosure?" "I am stating that public disclosure is inevitable," Hermione said. "The only question is whether it occurs as a managed transition or as uncontrolled collapse." The Prime Minister leaned back. "And you are here out of goodwill?" Harry felt the room sharpen. Kingsley answered first. "We are here because cooperation is preferable." "That is not what I asked." Hermione looked directly at the Prime Minister. "No," she said, "we are not here solely out of goodwill." Kingsley's jaw tightened. Harry did not move. The Prime Minister looked at him for the first time, not as a guest, not as a young man, as a weapon whose existence had just been implied by the silence around him. "You are Harry Potter." "Yes." The Prime Minister's eyes flicked to Harry's wand, the war hero. Harry hated that phrase. "Yes." "And what is your role in this?" Hermione answered. "Lord Potter Black holds emergency protective authority over magical Britain and its integration policy." The Prime Minister's gaze did not leave Harry. "I asked him." Harry looked at Hermione. She did not rescue him, for once, so Harry answered, "My role is to make sure this doesn't become a war." The Prime Minister's face went still. "And if my government refuses?" Harry's hand closed around the Elder Wand, just slightly. The Muggle security officials noticed, so did everyone else. "Then someone less careful than us will reveal it later," Harry said. "And by then, everyone will be reacting instead of planning." "That sounds like a threat." "It's a warning." "Is there a difference?" Harry thought of Neville. He thought of Ginny. He thought of Voldemort in the Great Hall, laughing because everyone else's fear had always been the ground under his feet. "Yes," Harry said quietly, "but it's getting smaller." No one spoke after that for several seconds. Then Hermione slid the folder across the desk. Inside was the first draft of the Integration Accord. The Prime Minister did not touch it immediately. When he did, Harry knew something irreversible had happened, not because the paper had been signed, not because anyone had agreed. Because a Muggle head of government had just accepted a magical document as a political reality instead of a hallucination. History did not turn with thunder. Sometimes it turned with a man picking up a folder because every other option was worse. The reveal took 11 months to prepare. Officially. Unofficially, Hermione had been preparing for years. Harry learned this in pieces, as he learned most uncomfortable truths about Hermione now. A note in her handwriting attached to a Muggle intelligence profile. A sealed report from an obliviator who owed her a favor. A list of sympathetic civilian intermediaries, whose names Harry did not recognize and whose recruitment methods Hermione did not volunteer. A classified briefing on media timing. A private meeting with 3 senior scientists who had been carefully shown enough magic to believe and not enough to feel powerful. A late-night argument with Kingsley that ended with the minister saying, "You are not authorized to run foreign policy through back channels," and Hermione replying, "Then build channels that work faster." Harry should have asked more questions. He knew that. He knew it at the time, but each question led to another door, and behind every door was something already done in his name. At first, that horrified him. Then it exhausted him. Then, worst of all, it became useful. The public story was simple. That was Hermione's first commandment of mass revelation: never begin with guilt. Begin with wonder. The first broadcast did not mention the statute of secrecy. It did not mention centuries of memory alteration. It did not mention magical governments. It did not mention Grindelwald. It did not mention Voldemort. It began with healing. A child in a London hospital whose degenerative nerve condition had no known Muggle cure sat before a camera with her parents' consent. A magical healer explained, in careful scientific language, that certain biological processes could be influenced through non-invasive energetic intervention. Then she healed the child's hand, not all at once, not dramatically, finger by finger, movement returning where none had been. The mother broke down first, then the father, then half the world. The word magic was not used for 23 minutes, Hermione insisted. "Let them name it themselves," she said. They did. By the end of the first hour, every major network on Earth was using it. Magic, real magic, not metaphor. Not illusion, not stagecraft, real. The second broadcast showed controlled demonstrations, levitation, transfiguration, anti-gravity fields, magical healing, magical agriculture, wards interacting with physical force, a broomstick flight over an empty government testing ground, a pensive memory shown to a selected panel of journalists under oath. The third broadcast introduced governance. That was when things began to break, not fully, not everywhere, but enough. By midnight, there were crowds outside churches, mosques, temples, universities, hospitals, military bases, and government buildings. By morning, 3 stock exchanges had suspended trading. By the second day, at least 5 governments publicly accused Britain of hiding a strategic weapons capability. By the third, extremist groups began claiming magic as divine proof. By the fourth, anti-magic militias appeared online with impressive branding and very poor operational security. By the fifth, 2 countries detained known Muggle-born relatives for protective questioning. By the sixth, Hermione had 3 response drafts ready for situations that had not yet happened. Harry found her in New London at 4:17 in the morning, standing before a wall of moving reports. New London did not officially exist yet, but the name had already taken hold. It began as expanded space, then corridors, then offices, then administrative halls folded impossibly between Diagon Alley, Whitehall, and 3 secured ministry access points. By the time the reveal happened, it was no longer an extension charm. It was a capital being born inside another capital. Magical stone, Muggle glass, lift systems beside fireplaces, warded server rooms, goblin-secured vault access, translation charms embedded into conference chambers, medical wings, holding cells, press rooms. A legal archive large enough to swallow the old ministry library whole. Hermione loved it. Harry could tell, not emotionally, not visibly, but in the way she moved through it, like a mind walking through its own thoughts. The room she occupied that morning was circular, with maps projected across every wall: red zones, amber zones, stable zones, unknown zones. Harry stopped behind her. Have you slept? No. When? Recently enough. That's not an answer. It wasn't meant to be. He sighed. There were days when he could almost joke with her. There were days when the jokes sounded like echoes from people who had died without dying. Harry looked at the reports. What's happening? Everything? That bad? That predictable? She pointed to Western Europe. Political shock, manageable. Religious unrest, significant but containable. Markets unstable. Militaries cautious. Intelligence services frantic. Her finger moved to North America. The United States is splitting internally between scientific engagement, defense panic, and private sector exploitation. To be fair, that sounds like them. Hermione ignored that. Russia and China are refusing public condemnation until they understand the strategic balance. India has asked for medical cooperation and border security briefings. Japan already had partial internal awareness through magical lineage channels, though they are pretending otherwise. Harry stared at her. You knew that? I suspected. Because pattern anomalies in diplomatic language, he blinked. Right. Her finger moved again. 3 NATO members have moved nuclear assets to heightened readiness. The room changed, or perhaps Harry did. The maps continued shifting, indifferent. Which 3? Hermione told him. Harry looked at Kingsley's mark on the report. Does he know? Yes. And he wants de-escalation. That seems reasonable. It is. Harry looked at her. But Hermione finally turned. Her eyes were bloodshot. Her voice was calm. If nuclear states believe magic can be targeted, contained, or intimidated through conventional deterrence, they will continue escalating until they test the assumption. Harry felt the elder wand inside his sleeve like a living accusation. And you want me to show them they can't. I want you to show them negotiation is the only rational path. That's a lovely way to say terrify them. Yes, Hermione said, it is. He hated her then, briefly, honestly. Not because she was wrong. Because she was asking him to do it, and they both knew he would. The missile demonstration took place over the North Atlantic. It was not announced as a demonstration. That was another lie. Officially, it was a joint defense de-escalation exercise involving magical and non-magical authorities. Unofficially, every intelligence service on Earth understood that something was about to be shown to them. The missile was unarmed. That mattered morally, not symbolically. It launched from a naval platform at dawn under the supervision of terrified men in uniforms, and 3 witches from the Department of Magical Accidents who looked as if they had all independently decided to resign afterward. Harry stood on the deck of a magically stabilized observation vessel. Wind whipped his robes around his legs. Hermione stood beside him, hair tied back, holding a communication mirror linked to New London. Kingsley was there too, so was the Prime Minister. No one looked comfortable. Good, Harry thought, then hated himself for thinking it. The missile rose on a pillar of fire, a Muggle machine, beautiful in the way all terrible human inventions were beautiful. It cut into the sky with ruthless clarity. Harry watched it climb for a moment. He did not move. The Elder Wand rested in his hand, dark, unadorned, patient. Kingsley spoke softly. Harry, I know. The missile crossed the first marker, then the second. Telemetry charms bloomed around Hermione like small blue stars. Now, she said. Harry raised the Elder Wand. The world narrowed. This was what no one understood about the wand. They thought it made power feel infinite. It did not. It made intention terrifyingly clean. Ordinary magic always had friction. Fear, fatigue, doubt, memory, muscle, breath. Anger, all of it shaped the spell before the spell left the wand. The Elder Wand removed the blur. Harry wanted the missile stopped, not exploded, not redirected toward anyone, not shattered into dangerous debris, stopped, disassembled, rendered harmless. The wand understood. The spell left him without a word. For one impossible second, the missile hung in the sky still, fire frozen behind it. Then it unfolded, not detonated, not destroyed, unmade, panels separated. Fuel systems emptied into contained silver spheres. Guidance hardware drifted apart in neat, harmless fragments. Explosive components dissolved into glittering ash that vanished before reaching the sea. A machine designed to deliver apocalypse became weather. Across the deck, no one breathed. The Prime Minister whispered something Harry did not catch. Hermione's mirror flashed with incoming confirmations. Every observing satellite had seen it. Every watching military had recorded it. Every government meant to receive the message had received it. Harry lowered the wand. His hand was shaking, only slightly. Hermione noticed. Of course she did. She stepped closer, blocking the camera's angle with her body. "Are you all right?" Harry looked at the empty sky. No, she accepted that. Kingsley approached slowly. His expression was unreadable. "You understand what you've just done?" Harry laughed once. "I stopped a missile." "No," Kingsley said. "You ended a category of assumptions." Harry looked at him. The minister seemed older than he had yesterday. "Maybe they were bad assumptions," Harry said. "Perhaps." Kingsley turned toward the horizon. "But frightened nations do not always become wiser. Sometimes they become inventive." Hermione closed the mirror. "That is why we move quickly." Kingsley looked at her. "No, that is why we move carefully." Neither yielded. Harry stood between them, the wand still warm in his hand, and understood that the old world had ended in the sky above them. Not because Muggles now believed in magic, because Muggles now knew magic could reach them. And magic knew Muggles could organize faster than wizards had ever bothered to imagine. The age of secrecy was over. The age of leverage had begun. For 3 weeks, the world held its breath. No single reaction defined it. Hermione had been right about that. The Muggle world did not respond as one body because it had never been one body. There were people who treated magic as salvation. Hospitals were besieged by families begging for healers. Universities demanded access to magical theory. Religious leaders split between condemnation, incorporation, and cautious silence. Corporations attempted to patent spell adjacent technologies they did not understand. Governments formed magical liaison offices overnight. Private military contractors offered absurd salaries to any wizard willing to advise them. Conspiracy theorists achieved a brief, unbearable sense of vindication. Children loved it first. That surprised Harry, or maybe it did not. Children saw flying broomsticks and moving photographs and self-stirring spoons, and thought the world had become bigger. Adults saw the same things and wondered who had hidden them. That was the wound Hermione could not fully manage, the lie, not magic, not even danger, the lie, centuries of it. Every memory altered, every sighting covered, every family divided by a child told to keep half their life secret. Every Muggle parent who had sent a son or daughter onto a train and been asked, gently, to trust a society they were not permitted to understand. Anger gathered, not everywhere. Not always fairly, but deeply. Hermione anticipated this too. The first public hearings were broadcast from New London, not the Ministry, not Parliament, New London. The message was subtle and impossible to miss. A new structure existed now. Representatives from magical and Muggle governments sat beneath a ceiling enchanted to show both daylight and stars. Translation charms carried words across languages. Security wards shimmered faintly along the walls. Harry sat in the central gallery, not at the head table. That was Hermione's decision. "You are not chairing the transition," she said. "Good. You are overseeing it. That sounds worse. It is more useful." Hermione spoke on the first day for 92 minutes, without notes. She admitted enough wrongdoing to sound honest, and withheld enough structural culpability to protect the magical state from immediate collapse. Harry watched her do it with awe and unease. She apologized for secrecy. She condemned memory modification abuse. She announced reparations frameworks. She proposed medical cooperation. She offered educational exchange. She promised accountability. Then, with the same voice, she explained why hostile action against magical populations would be treated as civil endangerment under emergency integration law. No one missed the warning. By then, everyone had seen the missile. During the third hearing, a Muggle delegate from a European coalition stood and asked the question no one had yet said so plainly. Who elected Harry Potter? Silence struck the chamber. Harry felt every eye turn. Hermione, seated at the central table, folded her hands. No one. The answer caused immediate murmuring. She waited. Then continued. Lord Potter Black's authority derives from emergency magical law, hereditary Wisengamot recognition, wartime protective mandate, ministry confirmation, and extraordinary public trust following the defeat of Voldemort. The delegate's mouth tightened. That is not democracy. No, Hermione said. It is not. The chamber stirred again. Harry leaned forward slightly. Hermione did not look at him. The magical world has not historically operated as a democracy in the modern Muggle sense, she continued. That is one of many reasons reform is necessary. Yet you ask non-magical governments to negotiate with a man they did not choose. I ask non-magical governments to negotiate with the authority that currently exists. That sounds like coercion. Hermione's expression did not change. It is reality. Harry closed his eyes. There were sentences that could build roads. There were sentences that could build prisons. Hermione had become skilled at writing both. The assassination attempt came 46 days after the reveal. Harry was in New London, attending a closed security briefing with Kingsley, Hermione, 3 Muggle intelligence representatives, and 2 magical diplomats from Canada. The room was warded. Of course it was. Everything around Harry was warded now, wards on doors, wards on windows, wards in fireplaces, wards woven into robes, wards layered over food, letters, mirrors, chairs, corridors. Paranoia had become architecture. That was why the attempt nearly succeeded. Everyone was watching for magic. The weapon was Muggle, simple in concept, elegant in execution. A micro-drone the size of a beetle, shielded with non-magical composite material, hidden inside the ventilation system during construction by an intelligence asset Hermione had flagged as low risk 3 months earlier. It carried a shaped explosive charge, not enough to destroy the room, enough to put a directed blast through Harry's skull from 6 feet away. It emerged during a discussion about cross-border healer licensing. No warning, no dramatic reveal, just a tiny flicker of movement near the ceiling. Harry saw Hermione see it. That saved him. Not the wards, not the Elder Wand. Hermione's eyes moved up, and Harry moved because she had. The explosion tore through the chair where his head had been. Sound vanished. Glass became rain. The Canadian diplomat screamed. Kingsley's shield charm snapped up half a second too late. Harry hit the floor, rolled, wand already in hand. The drone's remains burned against the wall. There were shouts, blood, smoke. A Muggle intelligence officer was down, face cut open by debris. Hermione was standing, her cheek was bleeding. Her wand was out, her expression was completely empty. Harry had seen that expression only once before, Malfoy Manor, when she had survived screaming and learned something permanent about pain. Hermione, he said. She did not seem to hear him. Security flooded the room. Auras. Muggle armed officers, healers. Kingsley was shouting orders. Harry sat against the wall, ears ringing, staring at the destroyed chair. 6 inches, maybe less, 6 inches between history and martyrdom. Hermione knelt in front of him. At some point, she had crossed the room. Her hands gripped his face. Look at me. I'm fine. Look at me, he did. Her pupils were too wide. There was blood running down her jaw. You're alive, she said. Yes, you're alive. Yes. Her hands shook once, then stopped. Something closed behind her eyes. Harry felt cold. Hermione. She stood. Hermione, wait. But she was already turning, already issuing instructions. Lock down New London. Full internal sweep. Detain construction staff, ventilation contractors, magical maintenance, and all liaison personnel with access from the last 6 months. I want travel holds on every foreign delegation until cleared. Secure the communications archive. Kingsley strode toward her. "You do not have authority to detain foreign delegates." Hermione turned on him. Harry was just nearly assassinated inside a secure administrative facility. "And we will investigate lawfully. We will investigate successfully, Hermione." "No!" The room went silent around that word. Even Harry heard it through the ringing in his skull. Hermione faced the minister for magic with blood on her face and murder nowhere in her expression. That was what frightened him, not rage, not vengeance, control. "I warned the council that conventional vectors were being underestimated," she said. "I warned this room specifically. I filed 3 separate memoranda on construction stage vulnerabilities. They were downgraded because the probability was considered low." Kingsley's voice lowered. "This is not the time. This is exactly the time." Harry pushed himself upright, the room tilted. A healer tried to stop him. He waved her away. "Hermione," he said. She looked at him. For 1 second, he thought he could still reach her. Then she said, "They tried to kill you because they believe there is no cost high enough to deter them." Harry said nothing. Hermione's voice was soft. "So we will teach them cost." The investigation identified the coalition within 12 hours. 3 European governments, not officially. Of course not. Officially, rogue intelligence elements had acted without authorization. Unofficially, the operational chain was too clean, too well-funded, too diplomatically insulated. Hermione had the evidence, most of it, enough for truth, not enough for court. That distinction mattered to Kingsley. It mattered less to Hermione. Harry found her in the financial operations chamber beneath New London. He had not known the chamber existed. That was happening more often. Rows of goblin-designed calculation engines lined the walls, their brass limbs clicking through exchange rates, debt instruments, commodity flows, sovereign reserves, trade dependencies, and currency pressure points. Muggle screens glowed beside enchanted ledgers. Runes moved across glass. Numbers became maps. Maps became arteries. Hermione stood at the center with 6 analysts, 2 goblin consultants, and a team of spellcrafters Harry had never met. She did not look surprised to see him. That meant she had known he was coming. "What is this?" Harry asked. No one answered. Hermione dismissed the room. The analysts left quickly. The goblins more slowly. One of them gave Harry a look that was not respect, exactly, more like professional curiosity about a blade being removed from its sheath. When they were alone, Hermione turned back to the displays. Leverage. Harry stepped closer. He recognized country names, banks, clearing systems, central reserves, magical annotations marked pressure points in red. His stomach tightened. "You planned this?" "Yes." "When?" 6 months before the attempt." Harry stared at her. The silence grew teeth. Hermione did not flinch. "You knew." "I knew something like this was probable." "And you didn't tell me." "I told you hostile state action was likely." "That is not the same thing as telling me you built a weapon into their banking systems. It is not a weapon." Harry laughed. The sound came out ugly. Hermione's eyes hardened. "It is a disruption framework, temporary, reversible, targeted at institutional liquidity, not civilian accounts. You're going to collapse banks." "No. I am going to freeze interbank confidence long enough to force disclosure of the operational chain." "That sounds like collapsing banks with nicer grammar." Her jaw tightened. "They tried to assassinate you. I noticed. And if they succeed next time—" Harry had no answer. Hermione stepped closer. "Do you think this ends if we respond with a strongly worded diplomatic protest? Do you think states stop when embarrassment is the worst consequence? They tested whether killing you was possible. If the cost is manageable, they will test again. And if we do this, then they learn escalation cuts both ways." Harry looked at the displays. Numbers moved like blood. "How many people get hurt?" "Less than in a war." "That wasn't my question." "No," Hermione said. "It was the question people ask when they want clean hands in dirty rooms." Harry recoiled as if slapped. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment. Exhaustion cracked through. "I'm sorry. Are you?" "Yes, but you're still going to do it." Her eyes opened. "Yes." Harry wanted to stop her. He knew he could. That was the lie beneath everything, wasn't it? He told himself Hermione was the architect, the mind, the machinery. But he was Harry Potter, High Protector, master of the Elder Wand. If he forbade it, she would have to choose between obeying him and revealing the true shape of what they had become. He could force the question. He could. Instead, he asked, "Can you keep it contained?" Hermione looked at him for a long time. Something in her face shifted, not relief, not triumph, recognition. "Yes," she said. Harry hated himself because he believed her. "Do it," he whispered. Hermione turned back to the displays. The spellwork began at midnight. No explosions, no armies, no curses cast across borders, just numbers failing to arrive where numbers were expected. Settlement systems delayed, reserve transfers looped. Encrypted ledgers contradicted themselves. 3 national banking networks experienced simultaneous confidence paralysis between 12:03 and 12:19 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, by dawn, their governments were in emergency session. By noon, the first internal documents leaked. By evening, 2 intelligence chiefs had resigned. By the next morning, every government on Earth understood what had happened, not fully, but enough. Magic had not attacked civilians. Magic had not killed anyone. Magic had reached into the invisible machinery beneath modern states and squeezed gently around the throat. Hermione called it proportional. Kingsley called it catastrophic. The newspapers called it the night of silent banks. Harry called it nothing. He sat alone in his office in New London, staring at the Elder Wand on his desk, waiting to feel horror. It came, but not first. First came relief. That was the darkest thing. Not that Hermione had authorized it. Not that Harry had allowed it. That some quiet part of him was glad the lesson had worked. The integration treaty was signed 3 months later, not by everyone, never by everyone, but by enough. Britain first, formally joining magical and non-magical administrative structures under a dual recognition framework. Then Ireland, then France under protest. Then several smaller European magical communities that decided early cooperation was safer than proud isolation. The old statute of secrecy did not fall in one grand declaration. It was repealed in layers, suspended in practice, amended in committee, overridden by emergency accord, rendered obsolete before anyone could properly mourn it. Hermione understood that institutions died most quietly when replaced before abolished. New London became the capital of the transition. Its streets grew under controlled expansion charms, unfolding behind archways muggles could now enter after registration and screening. Diagon Alley widened. Shops adapted. Goblin banks opened mixed service counters. Muggle engineers walked beside ward masters. Healers toured hospitals. Scientists argued with charms experts in cafes where cups refilled themselves and the wireless played beside digital news screens. It was extraordinary. Harry could not deny that. He walked through New London one evening under a sky that was not quite real, watching a Muggle child press her hands to the glass of a creature's sanctuary enclosure while a Kneazle stared back with offended dignity. The child laughed. Her mother cried quietly behind her, not from fear, from wonder. Harry stood there longer than he meant to. Hermione found him, of course. "You disappeared from the council briefing. I stepped out. You walked through 3 security zones without your escort. I had the Elder Wand. That is not a security protocol. It's worked so far." She gave him a look. He almost smiled. Almost. They walked together without speaking. People noticed them. They always did. Some bowed, some stared, some whispered. A few looked afraid, more looked grateful. That was harder. Fear could be dismissed. Gratitude asked to be deserved. They stopped near the central avenue, where magical stone curved around Muggle steel and light moved in channels under the pavement. Hermione looked up at the city she had built. "Tell me it isn't beautiful," she said. Harry followed her gaze. He could not. New London was alive, not perfect, not free, not innocent, but alive in a way the old hidden alleys had never been. There were Muggle-born children walking with both parents through magical streets openly for the first time in British history. There were squibs applying for civil service positions without shame. There were werewolf advocates speaking in public under ministry protection. There were house elves in legal consultation rooms with translators and witnesses. There were healers treating non-magical patients. There were wand makers arguing with physicists. There were old walls coming down everywhere. And beneath it all, Hermione's laws, Harry's wand, their fear, their control, their refusal to trust the world to become better slowly. "It's beautiful," Harry said. Hermione closed her eyes. For a moment she looked relieved. Then Harry continued. "That doesn't mean it's clean." Her eyes opened. "No," she said. "It doesn't." A group of schoolchildren passed nearby, led by 2 teachers, one magical, one muggle. The children pointed at floating lanterns shaped like tiny dragons. One boy recognized Harry. His eyes widened. He waved. Harry raised a hand. The boy beamed as if blessed. Harry felt sick. Hermione saw. "Harry, do they know?" She did not pretend to misunderstand. "No." "Will they, someday?" He looked at her. "Will we tell them?" Hermione's face was very still. "Not yet." The answer should have angered him. Instead, it felt inevitable. That was how he knew something precious had been lost. Not his conscience, not completely. The loss was subtler. He no longer expected the truth to be immediate. He no longer believed delay was always cowardice. He had learned the language of necessary timing. That was one of Hermione's gifts to him, or one of her corruptions. He could no longer tell the difference. Kingsley resigned from direct oversight of integration policy before the end of the year. Officially, he remained minister. Unofficially, everyone understood that New London no longer moved through the ministry. It moved around it, through it, above it. Hermione drafted the administrative structure in a document called the Unified Proconsular Framework. Harry objected to the name. "No one knows what proconsular means," Hermione said. "That isn't my problem with it. It is historically accurate. That is my problem with it." She changed the public title, not the structure, appointed governors, regional integration authorities, mixed magical muggle courts, emergency security powers, centralized registration, conditional local autonomy. Every piece defensible. Every piece efficient. Every piece angled toward the center. Toward New London, toward Hermione's desk, toward Harry's wand. When the first governor swore loyalty, the oath was not to Harry personally. Hermione had avoided that. It was to the Charter, to integration, to public safety, to the authority of the High Protector in extraordinary circumstances. Harry listened from the balcony and understood that personal loyalty had become unfashionable because Hermione had found something stronger. Procedural loyalty. People would object to serving a man. They would serve a framework, especially one that claimed to protect them from chaos. That evening, Neville sent Harry a letter. It was short, no accusation, no plea, just one line: "You are building something that will not need you to be cruel." That should frighten you more, not less. Harry read it 3 times, then burned it, then spent the rest of the night wishing he had kept it. The first anniversary of the reveal was celebrated as Integration Day. Hermione opposed the name in private. "Too soon," she said. The public used it anyway. By then, even she could not rename everything. There were lanterns in New London, speeches, medical demonstrations, cultural exchanges. Children's choirs singing in 3 languages and one charm assisted harmony. Harry stood on a balcony above the central avenue with Hermione beside him. Below them, thousands gathered, magical and muggle, wands and cameras raised together. The crowd chanted his name first, then hers. Harry looked at Hermione. She stared straight ahead. Her face gave nothing away. "You hate this," he said. "I distrust it." "That's not the same." "It is for practical purposes." The crowd roared again. Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, High Protector, Architect, Savior. Tyrant, somewhere in smaller rooms. Hero in larger ones. Harry raised his hand. The crowd erupted. He did not use the wand. He did not need to. That night, after the speeches ended and the lanterns drifted up into the false sky over New London, Harry found himself alone in the administrative tower. The city glowed beneath him, extraordinary, impossible, working. Hermione entered without knocking, as always. For a while they stood side by side at the window. Then Harry said, "Do you ever think about what Neville said?" "Yes." "Which part?" "All of it." He looked at her. She did not look away from the city. I think about Voldemort too, she said. Harry stiffened. I think about how easy he made morality for everyone else. He was so visibly monstrous that opposing him felt pure. And us, Hermione's reflection stared back from the glass. We will never give people that comfort. Harry closed his eyes. Below, New London shone, hospitals healed, courts opened, old blood hierarchies cracked, Muggle-born families walked freely. The world was better, the world was afraid, both things were true. That was the Empire's first real victory. Not conquest, not obedience, complexity. A horror complicated enough to survive being named. Harry opened his eyes. The Elder Wand rested against his palm. It had become warm from his skin. We can still stop, he said. Hermione's reflection did not move. No, she said softly. We can still change direction. Harry understood the difference. That was the end of the statute, not the broadcast, not the treaties, not the missile, not the banks. The statute truly died there, in a tower above New London, when Harry Potter and Hermione Granger accepted that secrecy had been replaced by structure, and structure by authority, and authority by something neither of them was willing to call empire. Not yet. But elsewhere, in private reports and foreign briefings and resistance letters passed hand to hand, another name had begun to appear: the Western Magical Protectorate, the Potter-Granger Order, the New London Axis. And, among those with a gift for poetry or fear, the West Emperors. Chapter 4. The Legion's March conquest is easiest to recognize when it is honest. Harry and Hermione made it polite. The word Legion did not appear in the official document. Hermione had been careful about that. It was called the Aura Professionalization and Continental Security Readiness Act. Harry hated the title, not because it was inaccurate, because it was accurate in the way Hermione's worst documents were accurate completely, technically, and without mercy. The old Aura office had been a police force with heroic mythology and uneven training. It had produced brave people, brilliant people, corrupt people, and dead people in almost equal measure. It had relied too heavily on individual talent, personal courage, and the assumption that dark wizards were problems to be hunted after they revealed themselves. Hermione considered that a failure of imagination, so she rebuilt it, not overnight, never overnight. That was not how she worked. She changed recruitment requirements first, then equipment standards, then chain of command, then training doctrine, then funding, then deployment authority. By the time anyone noticed the shape of the thing, it already had uniforms. Not military uniforms, of course not. That would have been too crude. They were still called Aura robes. Dark, reinforced, ward-woven, marked at the shoulder with the silver wand and broken chains, symbol Hermione had first placed beneath Harry's crests. Every field unit carried standardized communication mirrors, emergency portkey seals, anti-curse plates, healing kits, memory recording crystals, and ministry-approved defensive charms. They trained in cohorts now. Cohorts. Another word that did not appear in public speeches until after it had already become normal. The first time Harry inspected them, he nearly walked away. They stood in formation inside the expanded training hall beneath New London. 200 witches and wizards in perfect lines, wands angled downward in disciplined rest position, not Death Eaters, not fanatics. That was the problem. They were young, serious, proud. Many were Muggle-born or half-blood. Many had lost family in the war. Several had joined because Harry Potter had saved the world and Hermione Granger had promised no child would ever again be left to the mercy of blood politics. They were not cruel. They were not stupid. They were not even frightened into obedience. They believed. Hermione stood beside Harry on the observation platform, hands clasped behind her back. "Say something," she murmured. Harry looked down at them, every face lifted toward him, waiting, trusting. That was worse than fear. "What am I supposed to say? The truth." He almost laughed. That word had become dangerous in her mouth. Harry stepped forward. The hall quieted instantly. No one ordered it. No one needed to. "I was younger than most of you when I first saw the ministry fail," Harry said. His voice carried through the amplification charm. Hermione's eyes moved to him, sharp and unreadable. I saw good people trapped inside bad systems. I saw brave people arrive too late because laws were slower than cruelty. I saw people with power spend years pretending they did not have enough of it to act. The lines below remained still. Harry's hand rested near the Elder Wand, not visibly. He had learned not to touch it in front of soldiers. That made the touching look like need. "You are not being trained to punish the world," he continued. "You are being trained so that when the world starts burning, someone can arrive before the ashes." It was a good line, too good. Hermione had not written it. That frightened him more. The cohorts struck their wands once against their left forearms. A new salute, standardized 3 months ago. Harry had approved it without thinking. The sound cracked through the hall like a single door closing. Afterward, Hermione said, "That was effective." Harry looked at her. "You mean good?" "No," she said. "I mean effective." He did not ask if there was a difference. He knew there was. He knew she knew. That was why neither of them slept well anymore. France was not supposed to be a conquest. That was the official position. The conflict began publicly with a magical creature sanctuary near the Channel border, a rogue preserve, improperly registered, unclear jurisdiction, smuggled breeding pairs of chimeras, illegal dragon egg traffic, 3 injured Muggle observers, 2 missing wardens, 1 French administrative refusal to allow New London inspectors into the site. All true. Every part of it true. That was how Hermione preferred her pretexts. Lies invited discovery. Truth, arranged properly, could do far more damage. The French magical government still called the Minister des Affaires Magiques, though Hermione had begun referring to it in internal documents, as the Paris authority had resisted integration from the beginning. It had accepted limited cooperation after the reveal, but only enough to prevent isolation. Its old families remained influential. Its minister was charismatic, vain, and surrounded by advisors who believed Britain's reforms were a temporary fever. Hermione chose France because it mattered. Harry understood that. If France accepted integration, willingly or otherwise, the rest of continental Europe would understand that New London was not merely a British phenomenon. If France resisted and won, the empire would end before anyone admitted it existed. So Harry went personally. That was also Hermione's decision. "You want me to scare them," he said. "I want you to prevent a war." By showing up with the Elder Wand and 3 Aura cohorts? Yes, Hermione. If they surrender before combat, fewer people die. He stared at her. She met his gaze evenly. "Do you disagree?" He did. He did not. That was the trap she always built, not arguments that were wrong, arguments whose correctness made them morally unbearable. The French ministry headquarters lay beneath Paris, hidden behind layers of enchantment woven into stone older than most British magical institutions. Its wards were famous. Not merely defensive barriers, but historical spellwork protections refined across generations, bound to the city's magical memory, fed by centuries of ritual continuity. Hermione's briefing described them as symbolically important and tactically inconvenient. Harry arrived at dawn. No speech, no declaration, no dramatic challenge. A portkey opened in a secured square outside the French ward boundary, and Harry Potter stepped through with the Elder Wand in his right hand and New London's 1st, 3rd, and 7th Aura cohorts behind him. French officials were waiting. Of course they were not soldiers at first, diplomats, barristers, senior wardens. A few war wizards standing too carefully in the background. The French minister emerged beneath a floating tricolor banner that had been hastily charmed to display both magical and Muggle national symbols. His name was Etienne Valker, handsome, silver-haired, elegant. He smiled as if history was a room in which he owned the furniture. Lord Potter Black. He said in perfect English, "This is an unfortunate escalation." Harry glanced at Hermione. She had come too, not in armor. Never in armor. She wore formal robes and carried 3 folders. That meant she expected victory to require signatures. Harry looked back at Valker. "We requested inspection access." France is not a province of your administration. Not yet, one of the auras whispered behind him. Harry turned his head slightly. The whisper died. Hermione heard it too. Her face did not change. Valker's smile sharpened. You bring children with polished wands and call them law. Hermione answered before Harry could. They are officers under recognized integration authority, responding to cross-border civil endangerment involving illegally trafficked Class XXXXX creatures. Your authority is not recognized here. It will be by evening. The square went silent. Harry wished she had not said it. He also knew she had said it because it was true. Valker's gaze moved to Harry. And you permit her to speak to sovereign governments this way? Harry felt the old pull, the easy path. Let Hermione be the blade. Let himself be the symbol. Let others decide whether the horror was legal enough. No, not this time. I asked for access, Harry said. You refused. Because you have no right. People are missing. That is an internal French matter. Muggle observers were injured. Regrettable. Harry's grip tightened around the Elder Wand. Valker saw. So did the war wizards behind him. Harry's voice lowered. Don't make people small in front of me. For the first time, Valker's smile faded. Hermione turned one page in her folder. Minister Valker, under the Emergency Continental Containment Protocol agreed in the London Accords. France entered those discussions as an observer. Participating governments may authorize intervention where magical negligence creates non-magical civilian exposure across recognized borders. We did not ratify that clause. No, Hermione said, but Belgium did. Valker blinked. Harry did too. Hermione continued. The Sanctuary's smuggling network passed through Belgian magical territory. Belgium requested New London assistance 37 minutes ago. Valker stared at her. You manufactured this. I documented it. That is not the same thing. No, Hermione said. Documentation survives challenge. Harry almost closed his eyes. There she was, the architecture becoming battlefield. Valker stepped back. The war wizards behind him raised their wands, not fully enough. Harry lifted the Elder Wand. The square stopped breathing. No one cast. Not yet. The French wards shimmered behind Valker, golden and blue, old as bloodlines, layered like stained glass over the entrance to the hidden ministry. Harry could feel them, not as light, as resistance. Magic that had learned the shape of itself over centuries and did not wish to be moved. He did not want to break them. That mattered less than it should have. Last chance, Harry said. Valker's face hardened. You are not Europe's emperor. The word landed too early, too honestly. Hermione's eyes flicked toward the watching reporters. Yes, Harry thought bitterly. She had heard it too, so had they. Harry raised the wand fully. He did not shout. He did not rage. He did not even step forward. He simply directed his will at the French ministry's outer wards and gave the Elder Wand one clear instruction. Open. The first layer resisted for almost 8 seconds. Then it folded, not shattered, folded. Golden light bent inward like silk drawn through a ring. The second layer flared, centuries of protective grammar rewriting itself in emergency contradiction. Harry's arm burned. He ignored it. The third layer attacked. That surprised him. A ward was not supposed to attack unless triggered by breach conditions. But this one had been built by people who understood conquest better than modern politicians did. Blue fire snapped toward him. 3 auras shielded. Hermione shouted something. Harry did not hear it. The Elder Wand moved. The blue fire became rain. The 4th layer opened faster. Then the 5th. Then the 6th. By the time the sun cleared the roofline behind the square, the French ministry's generational wards lay unmade in quiet ribbons of light across the stones. 4 hours. That was how long it took. 4 hours to neutralize protections that French magical historians had once described as eternal. Harry lowered the wand. His fingers were numb. His vision blurred at the edges. Hermione moved beside him quickly, close enough to block the cameras from seeing his hand tremble. Again. Always. Valker stared at the opened entrance. He looked older, not defeated by violence, defeated by witnessing the future arrive without asking permission. By evening, he signed the Treaty of Integration. He called it mutual stabilization. Hermione accepted the phrase. The newspapers used it. The French public did not, in private letters, in cafes, in student circles, in ministry corridors now patrolled by New London liaison officers. Another word spread: occupation. Harry heard it within a week. He said nothing. Hermione filed it under expected resistance terminology. That felt worse than denial. Germany did not fall quickly. Hermione had predicted resistance. Not enough. That was rare. Harry remembered the briefing with uncomfortable clarity. The German magical community is federated, disciplined, and historically allergic to centralized domination, Hermione had said, moving markers across the continental map. Their Zorbere Ministerium lacks France's symbolic prestige, but has stronger regional resilience. They will not surrender merely because Paris has signed. Kingsley, who had begun attending fewer strategy sessions and speaking even less during them, asked, "Then why provoke them?" Hermione looked at him. "Because delay allows coalition formation." Coalition formation against whom? No one answered. That was the answer. Germany's magical government refused inspection access, rejected New London arbitration, and publicly denounced the French treaty as illegitimate under coercion. They did not say empire. They did not have to. Their statement ended with one sentence: "No wand, however powerful, constitutes law." Harry read it alone, then read it again. Part of him admired it. That part was becoming inconvenient. The campaign began in winter, not with invasion. Hermione would have hated the word. It began with border enforcement, sanctions, travel restrictions, asset freezes, portkey interdiction, diplomatic isolation, and coordinated pressure on German magical institutions with international dependencies. A siege made of paperwork. For 6 weeks, it worked. Then a New London convoy carrying integration auditors was attacked outside a warded transit point near the Harz Mountains. 3 Aurors died. 2 German wardens died. Each side blamed the other. Hermione's face, when she received the report, told Harry she did not know which side had fired first. Her response told him it no longer mattered. Harry arrived in Germany under snowfall. The battlefield was not supposed to be a battlefield. It had been a valley, dense pine forests, a half-frozen river, old ward stones buried under frost, a magical administrative stronghold hidden beneath mountain rock, defended by layered enchantments and regional militias who knew the land better than any of New London's polished cohorts. The first hour was chaos, not cinematic chaos, the real kind: bad visibility, broken communication mirrors, wards that redirected spells into the trees, German defenders using terrain with surgical patience, New London Aurors trained for urban control and formal engagements, suddenly facing enemies who did not stand in lines or wait for declarations. Harry moved through it like a storm, trying not to become one. He disarmed 3 defenders without injury, collapsed a ward grid without killing the caster, stopped a curse meant for an Auror barely older than Teddy, turned an explosion into steam, deflected a cutting hex that would have opened his throat. The Elder Wand obeyed beautifully, too beautifully. Every action cleaner than thought, every spell exactly as strong as needed. That was the intoxicating part no one admitted. Power felt moral when used with restraint. Then the 3 war wizards arrived. Harry knew immediately they were different, not because they announced themselves, because the battlefield adjusted around them. 1 woman. 2 men, all older than him, all calm. They wore no formal robes, no medals, no theatrical symbols. Their wands were plain. Their stances were balanced. Their faces held the cold patience of people who had trained for the possibility of someone like him long before he became real. Later, Hermione would identify them: Matthias Eberl, Clara Vogt, Anselm Reuter. Veterans of conflicts the British magical world barely remembered. Specialists in group dueling, anti-amplification magic, and wand-binding theory. At the time, Harry only knew this. They were not afraid enough. Eberl struck first. A curse like black wire snapped toward Harry's wrist. Harry severed it midair. Vogt followed before the severing finished, sending a pressure spell low through the snow, not at Harry's body but at his footing smart. Harry twisted, lifted, shielded. Reuter cast no visible spell at all. That was the dangerous one. The Elder Wand jerked in Harry's hand. For the first time in years, it did not move exactly where he wanted, only by a fraction. A tiny delay, almost nothing, enough. Vogt's second spell hit his shoulder. Pain burst white. Harry staggered. Across the valley, New London aurors saw him bleed. So did the German defenders. The battlefield changed. Not because Harry was losing, because everyone realized he could. Harry's next spell flattened 20 yards of snow and stone, not at them, near them, a warning they did not retreat. Eberl smiled, not cruelly, professionally. Then the three of them attacked together. Harry had fought Voldemort, he had fought Death Eaters, he had fought monsters, curses, giants, and a war that had wanted him dead since infancy. This was different. Voldemort had been more powerful than any of them individually. But Voldemort had been arrogant. These three were not. They did not try to overpower the Elder Wand. They tried to make Harry manage too many precise threats at once. Binding pressure at the wrist, terrain disruption at the feet, vision distortion, delayed curse triggers, anti-shield resonance, breath-stealing hexes, not lethal at first. That was the insult. They were testing him. Harry's anger flared. The Elder Wand responded. The valley lit silver for a moment. He became what everyone feared he was. Spells moved from him faster than language. A shield folded into a blade. A stunning charm split into three. A conjured stone wall became dust before it fully existed because Reuter's spell had hidden behind it. Vogt's wand snapped upward. Harry repaired it before it left her hand, then cursed the ground beneath her instead. She laughed, actually laughed, then drove a spell through his shield and opened a line of blood across his ribs. Harry fell to one knee. New London's left flank wavered. Someone shouted for retreat. Hermione was not on the field, thank God, or perhaps not. If she had been there, she might have ordered something unforgivable sooner. Harry rose. Snow melted around him. Not from heat, from pressure. The Elder Wand hummed in his bones. He could win by destroying the valley. He knew it. He could collapse the mountain entrance, bury the stronghold, crush ward stones and defenders alike under transfigured rock, and say later that battle made clean choices impossible. The wand would do it. Perfectly. That was when Harry understood the true danger of the Elder Wand. Not that it made evil easy, that was obvious. It made disproportion feel unnecessary until the exact moment it became tempting. Harry breathed. Once, twice, he thought of Neville. He thought of the boy waving in New London. He thought of Hermione saying, "I am done living in worlds that require your sacrifice." Then he did something none of the three war wizards expected. He dropped his shield. For half a second, he stood open. Eberl hesitated. Vogt did not. Her curse came straight for his chest. Harry did not block it. He caught it, not with a shield, with the Elder Wand's full attention. The curse twisted around the wand like a living thing, screaming in a language older than modern dueling. Reuter shouted, "Too late." Harry drove Vogt's own spell through Eberl's binding thread, into Reuter's hidden resonance and back through the triangle of their shared casting structure. The three war wizards were thrown apart, not killed, but broken out of rhythm. In dueling at that level, rhythm was life. Harry moved. Eberl went down first, stunned hard enough to crack the stone behind him. Vogt fought longest. She lost her wand, drew a knife, and nearly took Harry's eye with it before he bound her in silver chain. Reuter, pale and shaking, cast one final spell, not at Harry, at the Elder Wand. It struck the wand like a bell, no flash, no explosion, just a sound Harry felt in his teeth. The Elder Wand went cold for one impossible second. It was only wood in his hand. Harry panicked. That nearly killed him. A German defender fired from the tree line. Harry blocked too late. The curse slammed into his side and spun him into the snow. The world went gray. Then an aura cohort surged forward, not with glory but terror. They had seen him fall. That was enough. The next 10 minutes were brutal. Harry remembered pieces, shouting, steam, red light, snow under his cheek. the elder wand flickering in his grip like a dying nerve, his own magic answering sluggishly as if through water. Then Hermione's voice in his communication mirror, sharp enough to cut through concussion. "Harry, Harry, answer me," he tried. Blood filled his mouth. The German stronghold surrendered 2 hours later, not because Harry defeated them alone. Because New London's cohorts, frightened by the sight of their invincible protector bleeding in the snow, fought like people defending their own myth from reality. That was the first time Harry understood that symbols could make armies brave in terrible ways. By nightfall, the Zorbere Ministerium accepted provisional integration. The treaty was signed in a field hospital. Harry's blood stained the sleeve of his formal robes. Hermione arrived before the ink dried. She did not run. Hermione never ran where people could see. But when she reached his bedside, her face was white. "Leave us," she said. The healers obeyed. Even the senior Auror obeyed. Harry tried to sit up. Pain stopped him. Hermione caught his shoulder with one hand, gently, too gently. "What happened to the wand?" she asked. Not "Are you all right?" Not first. Harry almost hated her for that. Then he saw her eyes. She had already asked that question silently and decided survival was evident. The wand was not. "I don't know," he said. His voice was rough. "One of them hit it with something. Reuter. It felt like the connection broke." Hermione held out her hand. Harry hesitated, then gave her the Elder Wand. The moment it left his fingers, he felt naked. Hermione examined it without touching the tip. Her face revealed nothing. That was how he knew it was bad. "How long?" Harry asked. "I don't know, Hermione. I don't know." The words came out too sharply. She closed her eyes. When she opened them, the strategist had returned. "No one can know." Harry laughed weakly. "I was thrown into the snow in front of half the army. They know you were injured. They do not know why. The Germans know. The 3 who matter are detained separately under silence protocol. Their communications are contained." Harry stared at her. "Hermione, no. You don't even know what I'm going to say." "Yes, I do." His side burned, his head ached. He was so tired. "You can't disappear them." Something flickered across her face, hurt, anger, recognition that he had believed her capable of needing the warning. "I wasn't going to." The quiet answer shamed him. Then she added, "But they cannot be allowed to speak freely until we understand what they did." And the shame curdled back into fear. Harry looked at the wand in her hand. "How bad is it?" Hermione's fingers tightened around the dark wood. "For public purposes?" "Not at all." And privately, she looked at him. "For 6 weeks, possibly longer, we assume the gap narrows. The gap, not his injury, not his magic. The gap between Harry Potter and everyone else, between ruler and challenge, between deterrence and vulnerability." Hermione had turned even his mortality into a strategic measurement. Harry looked away. "Hermione." "Yes. Am I still me to you?" The question surprised them both. Hermione stood very still. Outside the tent, wounded Aurors groaned, healers moved, officers whispered. Germany surrendered in careful language, and Europe learned to breathe around New London's shadow. Hermione sat beside his bed, slowly. "You are the only reason I still know what that question means," she said. Harry closed his eyes. He did not know whether that was love or tragedy. Perhaps there was no longer a useful distinction. The wand fracture lasted longer than 6 weeks. Hermione told everyone Harry needed recovery time. That was true. She told New London's Security Council that overexertion in Germany required temporary reduction in public magical demonstrations. Also true. She told the press that the High Protector had sustained injuries while personally preventing civilian casualties. Not false. She did not tell anyone that the Elder Wand sometimes failed to answer on the first call. She did not tell anyone that Harry woke at night reaching for it like a missing limb. She did not tell anyone that his hand shook when he cast complex magic, and the wand answered a fraction too slowly. The Empire did not need enemies to believe Harry was weak, so Harry became invisible, not absent. Never absent, absence invited speculation. Instead, Hermione turned him into ceremony, balcony appearances, short speeches, closed meetings, photographs with recovering aurors, recorded statements, no duels, no demonstrations, no unplanned magic. Harry allowed it. That was the worst part. He could have objected. He did not. Because she was right. Because the German battle had exposed something no one could afford to examine closely. Because if France had fallen to inevitability, Germany had shown the world that inevitability bled. Hermione filled the gap with structure. New emergency courts in integrated territories, continental aura bases, regional governors, cross-border movement permits, standardized wand registration, press briefings emphasizing stability. Every day, another beam placed under the ceiling while Harry's pillar cracked in private. Kingsley visited once, not formally. He found Harry in the rehabilitation chamber beneath Grimmauld Place, practicing shield work with his left side still bandaged. The first spell held, the second flickered, the third collapsed. Harry swore and threw the wand across the room. Kingsley did not pick it up. That was kind of him. "Does Hermione know it's still this bad?" he asked. Harry laughed bitterly. "Hermione knows things before they happen." "That is not an answer." "No." Kingsley stood beside him. For a while they watched the Elder Wand lying on the floor. It looked small there, almost pathetic. "She is consolidating very quickly," Kingsley said. "She has to." "Does she?" Harry looked at him. Kingsley's face was tired, but not weak. That mattered. "France and Germany are unstable," Harry said. "If we slow down, resistance networks coordinate, old families regroup, Muggle states try to exploit divisions, and then we get war." "You sound like her." "I know." "Does that frighten you?" Harry looked back at the wand. "Yes." "Good." Harry closed his eyes. Kingsley's voice softened. "Harry, I have made compromises too, more than I care to defend. But there is a point where every compromise begins to preserve only the structure that made the next compromise necessary." Harry said nothing. Kingsley stepped toward the door. Before leaving, he added, "A system built to protect one man's symbolic invincibility may survive his weakness. It will not survive his honesty." Harry picked up the wand after Kingsley left. It answered this time. Almost normally, that should have comforted him. It did not. Hogwarts resisted last, not openly, not at first. Schools rarely rebelled in dramatic ways. They delayed, misfiled, questioned, requested clarification, asked whether new curriculum requirements applied to elective courses, sent committee recommendations, proposed phased implementation, misunderstood deadlines, lost forms, found them again, submitted 7-page objections to 3-word phrases. Minerva McGonagall had turned bureaucratic obstruction into an art form. Hermione admired it, privately. Publicly, she called it noncompliance. The new educational mandates were introduced under the Continental Integration Curriculum Reform. The title sounded harmless, even hopeful. Integrated Muggle magical sciences, comparative magical governance, post-statute civic responsibility. Imperial history was not the official phrase. It appeared nowhere. Instead, students would study the development of integrated administrative systems from Rome to the modern magical state. Harry saw the reading list and felt cold. "Hermione, I know." "Then why does this look like training children to admire empire?" "It teaches them how systems form. It teaches them which systems won." "That is often the same lesson." He stared at her. She continued before he could speak. "If we leave education untouched, old families will teach their children resentment in private, Muggle-borns will enter society without political literacy, and half the next generation will inherit myths from whichever adults are angriest at dinner. And loyalty oaths." Hermione's face closed. The room seemed to shrink. "Students over 15 will affirm civic responsibility to the Charter. That is not what the draft says. It is what the draft means. The draft says loyalty to the constitutional authority of the High Protector in periods of extraordinary threat." "Yes, that's me." "In extraordinary threat." "Hermione," her voice sharpened. "Do you think Voldemort's generation became Voldemort's generation at 25? They learned blood hierarchy as children. They learned contempt in school corridors. They learned which professors looked away. They learned that the ministry would bend to their fathers. Education is not neutral, Harry. It never has been. You're asking children to swear loyalty. I am asking near adults entering magical civic life to affirm they will not aid violent resistance against the legal order. That is a very polished sentence. It is also true, Harry stood, I won't force Hogwarts. Hermione looked up from the draft, her eyes were tired. You won't have to. McGonagall resigned 13 days later. Her letter was public, short, devastating. I survived 2 wars inside these walls. I have seen children asked to fight, hide, lie, suffer, and die for failures their elders permitted. I will not now ask them to swear loyalty to power, because that power has convinced itself it is benevolent. Hogwarts has endured many things. May it endure this as well. The letter spread faster than any official response could contain. Harry read it in his office, once, twice, then again. Hermione stood near the window. She had already read it. Of course she had. What are you going to do? Harry asked. The Board of Governors has accepted her resignation. That's not what I asked. A transitional headmistress has been identified. Harry looked up. Already? Yes, before Minerva resigned. Hermione said nothing. Harry felt something inside him drop. You knew she would. I knew she might, so you prepared. Yes, he laughed softly. It hurt. Everything hurt these days. Do you prepare for everyone leaving us? Hermione looked at him then. For once, the answer showed on her face before she buried it. Yes, she did, because Ron had left, because Ginny had left, because Kingsley was drifting toward opposition, because Neville was already halfway enemy, because McGonagall had now chosen conscience over proximity, because Hermione Granger had learned during a war that people disappeared, and her response was to make sure the work could continue without them. Harry hated that he understood. He hated that understanding still did not make it forgivable. Who? He asked, Professor Vector. Harry blinked. Arithmancy. She is respected, competent, politically cautious, and unlikely to turn Hogwarts into a resistance symbol. She's cooperative. Yes. Harry looked back at McGonagall's letter. Hogwarts had been his first home, not the safest, not always kind, but the first place that told him he belonged to something larger than a cupboard. Now it would teach loyalty to a state built in his name. The thought made him feel ill. Don't make me defend this publicly, he said. Hermione's voice softened. I wasn't going to. That was not kindness. That was management. He knew the difference now. The old friendships ended quietly. There was no grand confrontation. No table where everyone gathered to accuse Harry and Hermione of becoming villains. Life was rarely that theatrical. Ron stopped answering letters first, then stopped being invited to events he would refuse anyway. Ginny gave one interview after a Quidditch match in which a reporter asked whether she supported the High Protector's continental policies. She stared at the reporter for 3 full seconds and said, I support children not being used as symbols by adults who should know better. The clip played for weeks. Hermione did not respond. Harry watched it once. Only once. Luna sent him a painted card of a bird flying out of a golden cage. On the back, she had written, cages are sometimes made by people who are afraid the bird will be eaten. That does not make the sky less necessary. Harry kept that one. He did not tell Hermione. George refused all Ministry Reconstruction honors and named a new line of fireworks protectors little exceptions. They were illegal in 3 jurisdictions within a month. Harry laughed when he heard. Then cried unexpectedly in the shower that night. Neville disappeared from public life. That worried Hermione more than open criticism would have. Quiet people are harder to map, she said. Harry looked at her. You mean Neville? I mean organizational risk. You mean Neville. She did not deny it. That was when Harry knew the break was complete. Not because Hermione distrusted Neville. Because she no longer needed to hate someone to classify them as a threat. France stabilized by summer. Germany by winter. That was the official assessment. Stabilized meant resistance cells remained but lacked central coordination. Stabilized meant governors could travel under guard. Stabilized meant schools implemented curriculum reform. Stabilized meant old ministries now reported through New London liaison structures. Stabilized meant no one powerful enough to matter was openly refusing. Hermione presented the Continental Report to the Integration Council in New London. Harry sat beside her. The Elder Wand had mostly recovered. Mostly? Sometimes, under stress, he still felt the faintest delay, a scar inside the connection Hermione knew no one else did. France has entered administrative compliance, she said. Germany remains culturally resistant but structurally contained. Belgian and Dutch authorities have requested expanded integration support. Spain and Italy are divided but no longer viable as opposition anchors without French or German backing. A council member asked, "And Hogwarts?" Hermione paused. Only Harry noticed. Implementation is proceeding. That meant badly, but proceeding. The council accepted it. They accepted most things now if Hermione said them in the correct tense. After the meeting, Harry remained seated as the chamber emptied. Hermione gathered her papers. "You should rest," she said. "I'm tired of resting." "You're tired because you don't rest properly." He smiled faintly, still giving homework. "Someone has to." The almost joke faded quickly. Harry looked around the council chamber. Its walls displayed maps of integrated territories, legal jurisdictions, magical transport routes, and security overlays. Britain, Ireland, France, Germany, Belgium, parts of the Netherlands. Lines spreading outward from New London like veins. "When did it become conquest?" he asked. Hermione's hands stilled. She did not pretend not to understand. "I don't know," he looked at her. "I think you do." Her face tightened. Then she sat beside him, not across. Beside, that still mattered. "I think," she said carefully, "it becomes conquest when the people being integrated no longer believe refusal is possible." Harry closed his eyes. "And do they?" "No." The answer was immediate, honest. "Terrible," Harry breathed out. "Then what are we?" Hermione looked at the maps. For a long time she said nothing. Then, very softly, "Effective." Harry laughed. It broke halfway through. Hermione's eyes shone, but she did not cry. Neither did he. Below them, New London pulsed with light and movement. Above them, the maps waited for the next borders. The victory parade was Hermione's least favorite idea and one of her most successful. Officially, it celebrated continental stabilization. Unofficially, it announced that resistance had failed. New London's Central Avenue filled with spectators. Magical banners moved in the air beside Muggle cameras. Aura cohorts marched in disciplined formation, robes dark, silver symbols bright, communication mirrors flashing at their belts. They were not called legions. Everyone called them legions. Harry stood on the reviewing platform with Hermione, Kingsley, foreign delegates, governors, and carefully selected representatives from integrated territories. Valker attended, smiling, diminished. Germany's provisional governor attended too, face blank as stone. McGonagall did not. Her absence was more visible than most people's presence. The cohorts passed, 1st, 3rd, 7th. Then the newly formed Continental Response Units, students from reformed academies followed, carrying banners representing cooperation between magical and Muggle sciences. Some looked proud. Some looked frightened, some looked bored, the most normal reaction, Harry thought. A 15-year-old girl near the front glanced up at him. For 1 second their eyes met. She raised her wand in salute, not because she loved him, not because she feared him, because she had been taught the gesture. Harry's stomach turned. Hermione leaned closer. "Smile," he did. The crowd roared. The image appeared on every front page the next morning, Harry Potter smiling above the marching auras of New London, the High Protector, the master of the Elder Wand. The man who had brought Europe to heel without ever admitting he had conquered it. Hermione saved the papers, annotated them, filed them. History properly indexed. That night, Harry went alone to the room where the Elder Wand was kept when he did not carry it. It lay inside a warded case of glass and silver. He opened the case, picked it up. The connection answered, strong, almost perfect, almost. Harry pointed it at the far wall for a moment. He considered snapping it, not dramatically, not as redemption, just breaking the line. Wood could break. Power could end. History could be denied its favorite instrument. His fingers tightened, the wand warmed in his hand, ready and obedient. Then he thought of the Auror cohorts who had marched under his symbol. The treaties signed. The children enrolled. The governors appointed. The old ministries dismantled. The systems built. The enemies waiting. The people protected. The people trapped. The world now arranged around the assumption that Harry Potter would remain at the center and hold. He lowered the wand. He did not break it. Again. That, he thought, was the truest thing about his life, not the choices he made once. The choices he kept making outside. New London celebrated continental peace. Inside, Harry stood alone with the Elder Wand and understood that the Empire had survived its first blooding. France had taught the world that old walls could fall. Germany had taught the Empire that Harry could bleed. Hogwarts had taught him that love could resign. And Hermione, in some office still lit past midnight, was already drafting the laws that would make all of it permanent. The legions had marched, the world had moved, and no one who mattered could honestly pretend anymore that the West Emperors were only a rumor. Chapter 5. The Panopticon, the law is the cage. The cage is gilded. That is why people enter willingly. The Lex Granger was not supposed to be called the Lex Granger. Hermione hated the name. That did not stop it. Its formal title was the Unified Magical Muggle Charter of Rights and Responsibilities. 1,486 pages. 32 schedules, 9 annexes, 17 enforcement protocols, 3 emergency appendices sealed under high protector authority. It was the largest legal document produced in magical Europe since the Statute of Secrecy. It was also, on first reading, magnificent. That was the problem. It abolished blood status as a recognized legal category across all integrated territories. It prohibited employment, housing, educational, medical, and wand access discrimination against Muggle-borns, squibs, werewolves, part humans, and non-human magical beings granted civic status under the Charter. It recognized Muggle parents of magical children as legal stakeholders. It guaranteed magical medical access regardless of birth category. It created mixed courts where Muggle evidence and magical testimony held equal weight. It banned memory modification except under licensed, reviewable emergency conditions. It formally dissolved hereditary Wisengamot privilege. It opened the civil service to squibs. It gave House Elves the right to independent legal representation. It established reparations funds for victims of blood purity persecution. It was beautiful. Harry read the public summary first, then the full text. Then the subsections Hermione had highlighted herself. He found her in her office at New London after midnight. As always, the room overlooked the administrative district, where glass walkways connected impossible stone towers and enchanted rail lines moved silently through the air. Beyond the wards, Muggle London glowed in familiar orange and white. Inside New London, light obeyed different rules. Hermione sat at her desk with 3 quills moving around her. One corrected a draft. One signed implementation notices. One copied marginal notes from a book older than the Ministry. Harry placed the charter on her desk. It landed heavily. Hermione looked up. "You finished it?" "Yes." "And," Harry did not sit. "When were you going to tell me about the observation network?" The quills stopped, not fell, stopped. That was how much control Hermione had. "Tonight," she said. Harry almost laughed. "After I found it myself? After I knew you had read enough context not to react only to the phrase." "The phrase isn't the problem." "No," Hermione said. "The reality is—" She rose, slowly. The office felt colder. Harry opened the charter to the marked section. Mandatory wand registration across all integrated territories. Yes. Magical practitioner registry updated from birth, manifestation, immigration, or wand acquisition. Yes. Trace equivalent monitoring for minors expanded to unregistered adult magic in high-risk zones. Yes. Administrative review of coordinated spell activity linked to civil endangerment indicators. Yes. Harry looked up. "You wrote surveillance into a Bill of Rights." Hermione's face did not change. I wrote accountability into a world where one person with a wand can alter memory, poison water, erase evidence, or kill without leaving a conventional trace. You wrote a system that watches everyone. No, I wrote a system that watches magic. That is everyone who matters to the system. Her eyes sharpened. That sentence is exactly why the system is necessary. Harry stepped back as if the words had struck him. Hermione heard herself. He saw it. For half a second, she looked horrified. Then she buried it under structure. Harry, no, say it again. I didn't mean you did. Silence. Outside, New London moved beautifully beneath them, efficiently, safely. Harry looked down at the charter. This protects people. Yes, it really does. Yes. And hidden inside it is the most complete surveillance framework the magical world has ever seen. Hermione's voice was quiet. Not hidden, embedded. As if that's better. It is better. Hidden things cannot be audited. Can this? Yes. By who? Independent review boards. Appointed under whose authority? Hermione did not answer quickly enough. Harry closed the charter. There it is. Her jaw tightened. You think I enjoy this? I don't know what you enjoy anymore. That hurt her. Good, some ugly part of him thought. Then he hated himself for thinking it. Hermione came around the desk. She looked exhausted, not weak, never weak, but worn down in the way stone became smooth after years of water. Do you remember the Muggle-born Registration Commission? She asked. Harry went still. Don't. I remember it every day, Hermione. I remember sitting in that courtroom while Umbridge asked people to prove their magic belonged to them. I remember files, lists, names, family histories. Wands taken, lives categorized, people destroyed because the system had records and cruelty had access to them. Then why build another list? Because the list was not the evil. Her voice broke, then hardened. The evil was who controlled it, what purpose it served, and who had no right to challenge it. Harry stared at her. That is what everyone says before they build the next one. Hermione closed her eyes. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then she said, Do you know how many unregistered curses were cast in the French territories last month? No. 412. 38 involved coercive memory alteration. 11 were retaliatory attacks against Muggle-born families who supported integration. 6 involved former aristocratic households using inherited ward networks to hide illegal detention cells. Harry said nothing. In Germany, resistance cells have begun using school-age couriers because minor magic is harder to separate from educational trace noise. In Belgium, 2 integrated hospitals received cursed blood supplies. In London, 3 private wandmakers sold unregistered cores to former Death Eater affiliates through goblin intermediaries. She stepped closer. The old world is not dead. It is adapting. It knows how to hide in privacy, custom, family, school, and property. If we do not see patterns early, we will only count bodies later. Harry looked at the charter. And if the threat is political opposition, Hermione's expression stilled. What do you mean? He opened the document again and tapped the page. Civil endangerment, organized activity likely to undermine public safety, magical integration, or lawful constitutional authority during a designated transition period. Yes, that can mean terrorism. Yes, it can also mean protest. No. Peaceful protest is protected under section until it becomes organized disruption. Harry, until it creates instability. That is not how the clause is intended, but it is how it can be used. Hermione stared at him. There it was, the old argument, the one they never escaped. Intent versus structure, good people versus durable systems. Harry's voice softened. What happens when someone worse than you inherits this? For the first time in the conversation, Hermione looked truly afraid. Then she said the most terrifying thing she could have said. I am trying to make sure no one worse than me can. Harry closed his eyes, because there it was, the whole empire in one sentence. Fear turned into governance. Love turned into control. Brilliance turned into architecture. When he opened his eyes again, Hermione was watching him, not pleading. She had never been good at pleading. Waiting, that was worse. You need my signature, Harry said. Yes. For the emergency appendices. Yes. If I refuse... Then the charter still passes, but the network loses rapid response authority across 3 jurisdictions and becomes too slow to prevent coordinated abuse. You already know exactly what refusal costs. I prepared the analysis. Of course you did. He hated her then, again, briefly, honestly. He loved her too, in some strange, ruined way that had nothing to do with romance and everything to do with surviving the same fire and disagreeing over what to build from the ashes. Harry took the quill. Hermione did not look relieved. She looked as if another door had closed, and she had known all along that he would help her close it. He signed. The ink glowed silver, then black. The emergency appendices recognized high protector authority. The observation network became law. Outside, New London shone. Inside, the cage gained eyes. The public celebrated the Lex Granger. Of course they did. Harry could not blame them. For Muggle-borns, it was liberation in ink. For squibs, dignity. For werewolves, employment pathways and medical access. For house elves, the first legal crack in centuries of ownership. For Muggle parents, recognition that their children had not vanished into a secret world beyond accountability. For half-blood families, stability. For magical children born after the war, the charter was taught as the beginning of fairness. There were festivals in New London, speeches, public readings, legal clinics where volunteers explained new rights to queues that stretched around buildings. Hermione attended the first clinic in person. That was not staged. Harry knew because she cried afterward, not in public, never in public. But later, in a small side office, after a squib woman in her 60s had gripped Hermione's hands and whispered, "I thought I was going to die before anyone wrote us down as people." Hermione shut the door after the woman left. Then she stood very still. Harry was there by accident, or perhaps not. With Hermione, accidents had become hard to trust. He saw her shoulders shake once, only once. "Hermione," he said softly. She wiped her face before turning. "I'm fine. You're not. I will be." That was her version of fine. He did not push. Outside, people were cheering her name, Lex Granger. Lex Granger, Lex Granger. She looked through the frosted glass at the crowd. "They deserve this," she said. "Yes, all of it." Harry did not answer. Hermione turned. "Say it." He looked at her. "What, that you think the network poisons it?" Harry was silent. She gave a bitter little smile. "You don't have to. I can hear you thinking." "The rights are real," he said. "So is the protection. So is the control." "Yes, the honesty should have helped. It did not." Hermione's voice lowered. "If I had written only the rights, the people who hate this charter would spend the next 20 years learning how to hollow it out. They would comply publicly and sabotage privately. They would build schools in houses, courts in drawing rooms, economies in bloodlines. They would wait us out. And now they can still try." Her face hardened, "but they cannot hide as easily." Harry looked back toward the crowd. A young Muggle-born boy had climbed onto his father's shoulders and was waving a miniature charter pamphlet like a flag. He could not have been more than 6. Harry wondered whether his wand would be registered from the moment he bought one. He wondered whether the first accidental burst of magic in his bedroom would appear as a soft mark in an observation file. He wondered what safety would feel like to a child who had never known anything else. Maybe it would feel like freedom. That was what frightened him. The purge of old blood began with audits. That was another word Hermione made sound harmless. Heritage compliance audit. It meant investigators, ledgers, inheritance reviews, ward inspections, property use declarations, house elf testimony, dark artifact inventories, historical financial tracing, political influence mapping. The old families laughed at first, quietly, in private. The Blacks were gone except for Harry. The Malfoys had been politically neutered, the Lestranges destroyed, the Carrows imprisoned, the Knotts diminished, the Parkinsons cautious, the Greengrasses adaptable. The Averys, Rosiers, Selwyns, Yaxleys, and dozens of smaller families still had land, vaults, portraits, marriage contracts, old rights, old favors, old secrets. They had survived Voldemort. They assumed they would survive reform. They misunderstood Hermione. She did not attack lineage. She attacked paperwork, a curse hidden in a dowry contract, a goblin loan tied to illegal potion imports, a warded cellar containing banned artifacts, a house elf blood binding clause still active after the charter, a Wisengamot influence payment disguised as a charitable educational trust, a Muggle landholding maintained through confundus charms across 4 generations. The first estate confiscation was small, an old family outside Bath, minor name, minor scandal. The public barely noticed. The second was larger. The third involved 3 Wisengamot-era bribery chains. By the 10th, everyone understood. The aristocracy had not been defeated by mobs, revolution, or moral awakening. It was being dismantled by inventory. Harry attended 1 hearing, only 1. That was enough. The head of the Selwyn family stood before a mixed tribunal in formal ancestral robes, face pale with fury. My family has held that land since before the ministry existed. Hermione sat at the prosecution table, not as prosecutor. Formally, she was there as charter architect and legal observer. In practice, everyone in the room spoke toward her. The land in question contains 17 unregistered ward anchors, 4 illegally bound defensive specters, and 1 concealed detention chamber beneath the east greenhouse, said the tribunal advocate. Selwyn lifted his chin. Historical protections. Hermione looked up. Against whom? The room went quiet. Selwyn's eyes flicked toward Harry. Mistake. Harry sat behind Hermione, not speaking, the elder wand visible at his side. The old man had seen it, they all saw it, but Hermione did not need Harry for this. She opened a file. In 1978, a Muggle-born tenant's son disappeared from the village bordering your estate after accidental magic manifested during a church service. Selwyn's face tightened. No charge was ever brought. No record was ever permitted to form. That is speculation. Hermione placed a photograph on the table, black and white, a boy. 11 years old, serious eyes, bad haircut. Harry looked away. Hermione did not. The detention chamber walls contain magical residue consistent with long-term containment of underage accidental magic. The specters were keyed to suppress sound. Your grandfather's journal refers to the child as the little spark. Selwyn said nothing. The tribunal ordered full estate seizure within the hour. Outside, crowds cheered, not because they understood every legal detail, because an old family had finally been made to answer for old sins. Harry should have felt satisfaction. He did, at first. Then he saw Selwyn's granddaughter in the corridor, 16 maybe, standing perfectly still while auras sealed her family vault access. She was not innocent of everything. No one raised in that world was untouched, but she had not built the cellar, she had not written the journal, she had inherited a crime scene and a surname. When her eyes met Harry's, they were not hateful, they were hollow. Harry found Hermione afterward. She's 16. Hermione did not ask who. She will retain personal educational funds, housing access, and civil protections under the charter. That's not what I mean. It is what matters legally. Hermione, her expression remained controlled. What would you have me do? Preserve institutional power because descendants are embarrassed by the crimes that funded it? No. Exempt families from audit if they put children in front of the consequences? No. Then what? Harry had no answer. Hermione's voice softened slightly. Harry, the old system survived because consequences were always abstract. Someone else's ancestor, someone else's servant, someone else's Muggle-born, someone else's vault, someone else's child. And now we make it their child. No, she said. Now we make inheritance mean liability as well as privilege. It was a good answer. It was even a just answer. Harry still saw the girl's hollow eyes for days. The confiscated estates funded the empire, not directly, that would have been vulgar. They funded reparations trusts, educational expansion, hospital integration, aura pensions, infrastructure development, and administrative stabilization in France and Germany. The public loved it. Old blood paid for the new world. The slogan appeared first on a student poster. Hermione disliked it. Then used it. The Observation Network's first headquarters was beneath New London. Not deep. Hermione did not like symbolism she could not control, and secret surveillance center buried under the Capitol was too obvious even for people determined not to see what they were building. So it was placed 3 levels below the public legal archive, accessible through a transparent lift, with oversight offices above it and visitor galleries available by appointment. Visibility as camouflage. Harry toured it 2 months after launch. Hermione guided him personally. The central chamber was vast and circular, not dark, not sinister. No hooded figures, no screaming mirrors, no obvious cruelty, just desks, maps, record crystals, soft blue light. Rows of analysts reviewing magical activity flags, a wall displaying anonymized pattern clusters. Regional incident flows, wand registration anomalies, unlicensed portkey signatures, underage magic bursts, restricted curse residue, emergency alerts. Everything categorized, everything clean. That was what made it unbearable. A young analyst greeted Hermione with visible admiration. Director Granger. Harry looked at Hermione. Director? Temporary administrative title, of course. The analyst did not seem to notice the tension. She was Muggle-born, Harry guessed, maybe 22, bright-eyed, nervous, proud to be working somewhere important. She explained her station. We don't monitor conversations unless there's a court order or an emergency flag, mostly pattern irregularities. Spell density, unauthorized magical transport, high-risk enchantment signatures, repeated concealment activity around protected classes. Protected classes, Harry repeated. The analyst nodded eagerly. The network helped us catch a coercive marriage contract ring in Lyon last week, and an illegal werewolf containment basement near Leeds, and we flagged a pattern of memory charms around a Muggle school in Kent before anyone was permanently harmed. Harry looked at Hermione. Her expression said nothing. The analyst smiled. My mum says if something like this had existed when she was young, her brother might still speak to her. Her parents obliviated him when her magic came in. They thought they were protecting the family. Harry did not know what to say, so he said, I'm glad you're helping people. The analyst beamed. That hurt. As they moved on, Hermione murmured, They're not monsters. I didn't say they were. You were thinking it. No, Harry said. I was thinking that's worse. Hermione stopped. They stood before the main alert wall. Blue lights moved like stars. What do you want from me? She asked quietly. Harry looked around the chamber. I want it to look more evil. That caught her. A startled laugh escaped before she could stop it. It died quickly. Harry's voice was low. If it looked evil, this would be easier. Hermione looked at the analysts, at the maps, at the clean desks and earnest faces. Yes, she said. It would. A red light appeared on the alert wall, then 3 amber ones. An analyst raised her hand. Director, Liverpool Regional Flag. Possible contact cluster involving unregistered political movement and minor practitioner. Hermione's face changed. Not much. Enough. Harry watched her become the system. Send it to my office, she said. Neville Longbottom returned to history as an absence first. Reports, rumors, intercepted names, safehouse whispers. A wand signature appearing near 3 different border crossings within a month. A former Hogwarts herbology greenhouse used as a message drop. A werewolf advocate vanishing before an administrative detention order could be served. A German healer wanted for aiding unregistered resistance cells reappearing in Toronto. A Muggle journalist receiving documents no one outside New London should have possessed. No manifesto. No grand declaration. No symbol. Neville had learned from watching Harry what symbols cost. Hermione began using his name in meetings only when necessary. Longbottom associated, Longbottom adjacent, Longbottom linked. Harry hated those phrases. They turned a person into a category. He confronted her after a security briefing in which Neville had been described as a high-trust resistance node. A node? Hermione gathered her papers. Yes, he's Neville. That is why he is dangerous. Harry stepped in front of her. He helped kill Nagini. I remember. He stood up to Voldemort when everyone thought I was dead. I was there. He is not some extremist organizer. No, Hermione said. He is patient, brave, trusted, morally credible, and very difficult to discredit. That makes him more dangerous than an extremist." Harry had no answer. Hermione moved past him. He caught her wrist, not hard, but enough. She looked down at his hand, then up at him. Harry let go. "I'm sorry." She rubbed the spot once, not because it hurt, because the gesture had reminded both of them of something. "Don't make me choose between you and him," Harry said. Hermione's expression softened, only slightly. "I'm not." "You are." "No," she said. "He is." Harry stared at her. Hermione's voice remained calm. "Neville is building routes for people to evade lawful monitoring, transferring documents to foreign governments, coordinating with non-integrated magical communities, and helping persons of interest disappear across borders." "People of interest." "Yes. You mean people afraid of us?" "Sometimes. And sometimes, people using fear of us as cover for crimes." "That's convenient. That's reality." Harry laughed bitterly. Another one of those words. Hermione's eyes flashed. "You think I want Neville arrested?" "I think you've drafted the warrant." She did not deny it. The silence was answer enough. Harry stepped back. "You did. It is sealed." "That makes it better." "It means I have not used it." "Yet." Hermione's face hardened. "If Neville releases classified infrastructure documents, people will die. If the infrastructure can't survive being seen, maybe it shouldn't exist. That sounds noble until a hidden curse network kills a family because we lost access to early detection. You always have an example, because examples exist." They stood there in the corridor between offices, surrounded by glass walls and passing officials who politely pretended not to hear the Empire arguing with itself. Finally, Hermione said, softer, "Harry, I know he matters to you. He should matter to you too. He does. Then stop turning him into a threat matrix." Her voice nearly broke. "I don't know how." That stopped him. Hermione looked away first. "I don't know how to leave dangerous variables unnamed anymore." Harry's anger drained. What remained was worse, grief, for her, for him, for all of them. "Neville isn't a variable," he said. "No," Hermione replied. "He's a conscience with logistics." Despite everything, Harry almost smiled. Hermione almost did too. Then the moment died, because they both knew that was exactly why he could not be ignored. The Liverpool file arrived on a Monday. There was nothing dramatic about it. No blood, no curses, no conspiracy map, no hidden cellar, just a girl. 14 years old. Muggle-born, name Eleanor Price, first magical manifestation at age 7. Hogwarts enrollment deferred during the war, reinstated after reform, strong academic indicators. Minor accidental magic incidents, all harmless. Parents supportive, no criminal record, no disciplinary history. Observation trigger, repeated proximity to 2 known Longbottom-adjacent organizers through a community legal clinic. Secondary trigger, encrypted pamphlet fragment found in family owl post. Tertiary trigger, attendance at 3 unauthorized meetings concerning wand privacy, educational oath refusal, and regional autonomy. Harry was not supposed to see the file. He saw it because he came to Hermione's office without knocking. Once, that had been normal. Now it was a breach of protocol everyone was too polite to mention. Hermione sat at a desk, reading, not quickly. Carefully, that was how he knew it mattered. "What is it?" he asked. She closed the folder too late. He had seen the age, 14, Hermione. "It's an administrative monitoring review." "She's a child." "Yes." "What did she do?" Hermione's face was calm. "She has repeated contact with organizers linked to Neville's network." Harry waited. "That's it!" "And possible access to anti-charter distribution material." "Anti-charter," specifically anti-registration and anti-oath. "Has she hurt anyone?" "No. Plan to." "No evidence?" "Then why is there a file?" Hermione looked at him. "Because recruitment starts before harm." The room went quiet. Harry felt something cold move through him. She's 14. And being used by adults who understand exactly how sympathetic she looks. "You don't know that." "I know enough." "You know proximity." "I know patterns." "She is not a pattern." Hermione stood. "No, she is a child at risk of being drawn into a resistance network that will put her in danger and then call her bravery evidence of our cruelty." Harry stared at her. "That sentence is insane." It is accurate. It's insane because it's accurate to you. Hermione flinched. This time, visibly, Harry stepped closer. What are you going to do? Administrative monitoring. What does that mean? Restricted privacy review on external correspondence, flagged movement through registered magical transport, and temporary deferral of Hogwarts enrollment pending welfare assessment. Harry could barely process the words. You're stopping her going to school? Pending review. She's guilty of nothing. She is not being punished. Harry laughed. It sounded broken. You really believe that? Hermione's voice sharpened. Do you think I don't know what it looks like? I think you've made looking like something irrelevant if you can define it differently. Her eyes went wet. Not tears, not yet. Anger and exhaustion and something deeper. You think I want to do this to a muggle-born girl? I think that should stop you. It is why I am doing it carefully. No, Harry said. It is why you should not do it. For a long moment, Hermione said nothing. Then she looked down at the folder. Eleanor Price's parents brought her to the legal clinic because they were frightened by the wand registry. One of the volunteers connected them with an organizer previously involved in moving 3 German minors across borders without guardian authorization. Were they in danger? That is under review, Hermione. They were being moved outside lawful oversight. Were they in danger? Hermione's silence answered. Harry closed his eyes. They were running from us. They were being removed from a protective framework. They were running from us. Hermione slammed her hand on the desk. The sound cracked through the office. And if something happened to them outside that framework, you would ask why I did not see it coming. Harry froze. Hermione was breathing hard now. Every time we miss a threat, people die. Every time we act early, you ask whether we have become the threat. Both questions are fair, both are impossible, and I am the one who has to answer them before the bodies arrive. Harry stared at her. There she was, not the architect, not the tyrant, not the girl from the tent, all of them. A person crushed beneath the machine she had built because she was the only one who understood every gear. For one dangerous second, he nearly gave in. Then he looked at the folder again. 14, Muggle-born, wrong friends, wrong questions, wrong moment in history. No, he said. Hermione went still. Harry's voice was quiet. Do not defer her enrollment. I have already signed the review order. Then unsign it. That is not how orders work. It is if I countermand it. The words changed the room. Hermione stared at him. Harry felt them too, not as anger, as a line. One he had avoided for years. Hermione's face went carefully blank. Are you ordering me? He almost said no. Habit, cowardice, love. Instead, he said, yes. The silence after that was worse than shouting. Hermione looked at him as if he had struck something between them that could not be repaired. Maybe he had. Then her expression shifted, not submission, calculation, that hurt more. The High Protector can countermand the enrollment deferral, she said. He cannot cancel monitoring without review board approval unless he invokes extraordinary personal authority. Harry swallowed. Then I invoke it. No, the word was immediate, flat. Harry stared. Hermione's voice lowered. If you use extraordinary personal authority to remove a monitoring flag from a child connected to Neville's network, every person in this building will know within an hour that Longbottom is protected by your sentiment. The next child they use will be younger. They. Yes, they. Because resistance movements are not purified by opposing us. She's not a weapon. She can become one. She can become anything. That's what being a child means. Hermione looked away. For a moment, the mask cracked. Harry saw pain, then it closed again. I will remove the enrollment deferral. She said, the monitoring remains. Harry felt no victory, only nausea. Fine. It was not fine. They both knew it. Hermione amended the order. Eleanor Price would attend Hogwarts under quiet monitoring. Her correspondence would be flagged. Her movements would be reviewed. Her friendships would become data. She would never know the moment her life had passed across Hermione Granger's desk and been narrowed by a woman who had once fought a war so children like her could be free. Harry left the office before he said something unforgivable. Hermione remained. She moved to the next file. That was the moment. Not the charter, not the network, not the audits. The Empire became real in the quiet click of Hermione's quill after a Leonor Price, because the machine did not require hatred, it only required continuation. Neville learned about the Price monitoring order within 5 days. Hermione was furious, not surprised, furious. That file was restricted to 6 people, she said. Harry sat across from her in the security chamber. 7, including me, her eyes flashed. You think I suspect you? Do you? No. But the pause before it was too small. Harry stood. Hermione closed her eyes. I'm sorry. Stop saying that after you've already thought the thing. That is not fair. No, it's accurate. They were both using her language as weapons now. That frightened him. The leaked document did not include the whole file, only enough. A 14-year-old Muggle-born placed under administrative monitoring due to contact with political organizers. Neville released no statement. He did not need to. Others did it for him. The phrase Granger test appeared first in a foreign magical paper operating out of Quebec, then on pamphlets, then in student graffiti, then in whispered conversations inside Hogwarts. The Granger test. If Hermione Granger had met herself at 14, would she have flagged the girl as dangerous? Harry saw the phrase carved into a desk during a visit to Hogwarts. Professor Vector had it removed within hours. By morning, it appeared on 3 walls. Hermione pretended not to care. Harry knew better. She cared with surgical discipline. That was worse. The public reaction split. Many defended her. Most, perhaps. The network had prevented real abuses. The charter had changed real lives. Old families were finally being held accountable. Surely temporary monitoring was a small price for stability. Others were horrified, especially young Muggle-borns, especially students, especially those who had grown up hearing Hermione Granger's story as proof that brilliance and courage could challenge authority. Now authority had her signature. The irony was too clean to die. At the next council meeting, a representative from the German territories asked whether political association alone could justify observation. Hermione answered for 12 minutes. The answer was legally precise, balanced, defensible. Nobody felt better afterward. Harry watched her from his seat. She never stumbled, not once. Afterward, he found her alone in the archive corridor. She was staring at one of the public displays showing charter protections. The display cycled through smiling faces. A Muggle-born healer, a squib magistrate, a werewolf teacher, a house elf legal advocate. Progress rendered into images. Hermione, Harry said. She did not turn. Do you think I would have flagged myself? He said nothing. She laughed softly. There was no humor in it. At 14, I was researching illegal curses in the library, setting teachers on fire, helping you hide a dragon, brewing polyjuice in a bathroom, and lying to authority figures with increasing competence. Harry smiled despite himself. Then the smile faded. Hermione's voice was almost a whisper. I would have flagged myself. Harry stepped beside her. Yes, she closed her eyes, and I would have been right. No, her eyes opened. Harry, no, he said. You would have been dangerous. That's not the same as wrong. For once, she had no answer. They stood together in the corridor while the display changed again. This time it showed Hermione herself, younger after the war, accepting an award she had never wanted. The caption beneath read, Architect of Equal Magical Citizenship. Hermione looked at it for a long time, then said, I don't know how to protect what we built without becoming the reason it needs protection. Harry's anger softened into something almost unbearable. Then maybe we let other people protect it too. Her mouth tightened. Neville, yes, he wants to dismantle the network. He wants it exposed. That is dismantling. Maybe parts of it should be. She looked at him. There was fear there, raw for once. If we lose visibility, people will die. If we keep all of it, something else dies. Hermione looked back at the display. Freedom, Harry thought of a Leonor Price, of students saluting, of the Selwyn girl, of analysts who believed they were saving lives, of Neville somewhere beyond the map, moving people through shadows created by the light Hermione had built. Trust, he said. Hermione inhaled sharply, as if that word had found the wound beneath all the armor. The first arrest warrant for Neville Longbottom was signed and sealed 3 weeks later. Hermione did not execute it. That distinction mattered to her. Harry hated that it mattered to him too. The warrant sat in a secure file under conditional activation. Charges: unauthorized disclosure of protected administrative materials, conspiracy to evade lawful magical monitoring, facilitation of cross-border movement by persons under review, interference with charter security infrastructure, potential collaboration with non-integrated foreign magical authorities. The language was clean. The target was Neville. Harry stood in the warrant chamber with Hermione and Kingsley. Kingsley had insisted on attending. He read the charges slowly, then placed the parchment down. No. Hermione's expression did not change. The evidence meets threshold. Evidence is not wisdom. It is law. Kingsley looked at her with deep sadness. You used to know the difference before anyone taught it to you. Hermione paled. Harry looked away. Kingsley turned to him. Harry? Harry said nothing. Do you support this? The room seemed to tilt. Hermione did not look at him. That was deliberate, a kindness or a test. Harry could not tell. I support not executing it, Harry said. Kingsley's face hardened. That is not what I asked. No, Harry replied. It's what I can answer. Kingsley looked between them. Something in him seemed to settle, not break, settle. I will not have the ministry used as a ceremonial mask for this forever. Hermione's voice was soft. Then resign. Harry looked at her sharply. Kingsley did not. He only nodded, as if she had said aloud what all three had known for months. Not yet, he said, but soon. When he left, the room felt emptier than it should have. Harry turned to Hermione. Did you have to say that? No. Then why? Her face was tired. Because he deserves honesty? Harry laughed once. What a selective gift, she flinched. Good, he thought again, and again hated himself. The warrant was sealed. Neville remained free for now. The Empire continued. By winter, the Lex Granger had become ordinary. That was how Harry knew it had won. Children learned charter rights in school. Adults submitted wand registration updates with mild annoyance. Newspapers debated observation oversight budgets. Old families hired compliance advocates. Muggle hospitals filed magical treatment requests. Aura cohorts responded to cross-border incidents as if borders had always been suggestions. New London expanded again. The cage did not feel like a cage to most people. It felt like roads, hospitals, schools, courts, jobs, safety. A world where the old cruelties had less room to breathe. Harry could not deny any of that. That was the horror. If the Empire had failed, resistance would have been easy. If Hermione's laws had been only oppressive, Harry could have opposed them cleanly. But every week brought evidence that the new order worked. Violence fell. Muggle-born enrollment rose. Werewolf employment doubled. Illegal memory charms dropped sharply in registered regions. Magical disease treatment expanded into Muggle populations. House elf legal petitions increased by 400%. Old blood political influence collapsed. The world became measurably better, and watched, always watched. On the last night of the year, Harry stood on the observation balcony of New London's administrative tower. Below, the city celebrated under floating lanterns, Integration Year 5. Children ran through the streets with sparking ribbons of harmless light. Muggle cameras captured enchanted snow that never touched the ground. A choir sang in English, French, German, and gobbledygook. Hermione joined him near midnight. She looked thinner than she had a year ago, sharper, as if the lore itself had carved her down to essentials. You should be downstairs, Harry said, so should you. I'm avoiding speeches. I wrote yours. That's why, she almost smiled. For a while they watched the city. Then Harry said, Do you ever think about a Leonor Price? Hermione's eyes closed. Yes, how often? Every day. He turned to her. That answer surprised him. She did not look away. I know what you think of me, she said. No, you don't. I know enough. Hermione. I moved her file to monthly review, then quarterly. Her enrollment record is strong. No disciplinary action, no further risk escalation. Harry stared. You kept checking. Of course I did. He did not know what to do with that. Part of him wanted to forgive her. Part of him knew that personal guilt did not undo systemic harm. That was something Hermione herself had taught him. She shouldn't have been monitored. "No," Hermione said. The word was so quiet he almost missed it. Harry's breath caught. Hermione looked down at the city. "I can defend the logic. I can defend the threat model. I can defend the procedure. I can defend every step." Her voice shook. "I cannot defend what it made me willing to do." Harry said nothing. Below, the crowd began counting down to midnight. 10, 9, 8. Hermione wiped her face once angrily. 7, 6, 5. Harry looked at her. "Then change it." 4, 3, 2. She looked back at him. 1. The city erupted in light. For a second, New London was nothing but gold and silver and impossible color. Hermione's face was lit like someone standing in the heart of a spell too large to control. "I don't know if I can," she said. Harry understood. Not because the law could not be amended, not because the network could not be narrowed, not because the empire lacked mechanisms, because every reform would create risk, every loosened grip would invite threat. Every threat would tempt the grip to tighten again. The cage had become self-justifying. That was its genius. That was its sin. Harry reached into his robes and took out the Elder Wand. Hermione's eyes moved to it. For a mad second, he thought again of breaking it. Instead, he held it loosely at his side. The city cheered below. "Maybe Neville can," Harry said. Hermione looked away. "That is what frightens me." "And what gives me hope?" She laughed softly, a broken sound. "Those are becoming the same thing." Harry nodded. "Yes." Together, they watched the Empire celebrate itself. The Lex Granger had given people rights they had deserved for centuries. The observation network had prevented crimes that would have ruined lives. The old aristocracy had been broken. The new bureaucracy believed in justice. Neville Longbottom was building roads through the blind spots. Hermione Granger had become the author of freedom and the warden of its limits. And Harry Potter, who had once thought tyranny would announce itself with skull masks and screams, finally understood that the most durable cages were built by people who could prove the bars had saved lives. At midnight, New London's bells rang. Across Britain, France, Germany, and every integrated territory, the charter renewed automatically for another year. No vote required, no wand raised, no battle fought, the law endured. That was the point. That was the terror. Chapter 6. The Weight of the Wand. A resistance does not need to defeat an empire. Sometimes it only needs to make the empire explain itself. Neville Longbottom did not declare war. That was what made it work. There was no speech from a hidden room, no banner unfurled over some ruined castle, no dramatic manifesto beginning with accusations and ending with a call to arms. Neville understood something Harry had taken too long to learn. Symbols were traps. Once you became one, people stopped listening to what you said and started using what you represented. So Neville did not become the face of the resistance. He became its hands, quiet hands, patient hands. Hands that moved people across borders, copied files, hid wands, opened safe houses, taught frightened children how to recognize administrative language before it swallowed them, and passed documents from person to person until truth became impossible to contain. The uprising began on a Tuesday morning. That was important later. People expected revolutions to begin at night. Neville chose morning because bureaucracies were most vulnerable when everyone assumed the day would be ordinary. At 8:03 a.m., every major Muggle government on Earth received a complete technical disclosure package on the observation network. Not a summary, not accusations. Technical documentation, architecture diagrams, wand registry integration points, magical signature classification methods, emergency override protocols, known blind spots, internal abuse reports, political monitoring thresholds, suppressed review board objections, the Alienor Price file, the sealed Neville Longbottom warrant, and, worst of all, Hermione's own risk memoranda, not all of them, only enough. Enough to show she had known exactly what the network could become, enough to show she had warned herself in writing. At 8:07 a.m., The same package appeared in the inboxes of 312 journalists across magical and Muggle territories. At 8:09, Hogwarts students began receiving enchanted pamphlets through mirrors, books, classroom desks, and, in one memorable case, a flock of paper cranes that burst through the great hall windows and arranged themselves above the staff table into the words, "Who watches the watching spell?" At 8:12, German regional councils demanded immediate suspension of network operations. At 8:15, France's provisional governor requested military support and then withdrew the request 6 minutes later when half his own staff refused to process it. At 8:19, a Muggle broadcaster read aloud the first paragraph of the leaked technical summary before anyone in New London could secure an injunction. At 8:24, Hermione Granger walked into the crisis chamber beneath the administrative tower with her hair unpinned, her robes misbuttoned, and her face perfectly calm. Harry arrived 2 minutes later. The room was already burning without fire. Maps flashed red. Communication mirrors chimed continuously. Analysts spoke over one another. Aura commanders demanded deployment authorization. Legal officers argued about emergency censorship powers. Muggle liaison officials wanted statements, denials, or distance, depending on which government they answered to. Above all of it, Hermione stood at the central table and began sorting disaster into categories. "Stop trying to suppress distribution," she said, the room quieted by half. A legal officer stared at her. "Director? You heard me. Suppression confirms authenticity and gives them a second story. Authenticate nothing. Deny nothing technical. Prepare a narrow statement acknowledging unauthorized release of security-sensitive materials and emphasizing immediate review." Harry watched her. Even now, especially now, she was brilliant in collapse. That was the most frightening thing about Hermione. She did not freeze when the machine broke. She became the part that still moved. An Aura commander stepped forward. "We can isolate the initial leak points if we invoke Continental Emergency Authority." "No," Hermione said. "Director, if Longbottom's network remains active, if we invoke Emergency Authority within the first hour, every headline becomes Granger uses surveillance state to protect surveillance state." No one spoke. Hermione looked around the room. "I will not give them cleaner language than they already have." Harry felt something twist inside him, still them, even now. "Where is Neville?" he asked. The room went quieter. Hermione looked at him. "I don't know." "You don't know?" No, the admission cost her, Harry could tell. Neville had beaten the map. For Hermione, that was almost personal. A senior analyst raised her hand hesitantly. "Director, we have probable Longbottom-associated signals in North America, Kyoto, Dublin, and 3 separate locations in Britain." "False trails," Hermione said immediately. "Yes, Director, likely." Harry looked at the display, 4 Nevilles, no Neville, that almost made him smile, almost. Then another mirror lit red. A Muggle liaison officer answered, listened, and went pale. "The United States is calling for an emergency international conference. They are using the phrase transnational magical surveillance architecture." A second officer spoke. "India wants technical inspection access before continuing healer cooperation." A third. "Germany has suspended compliance with wand registry synchronization pending local review." A fourth. "Students at Hogwarts are refusing oath instruction." Hermione closed her eyes for 1 second. Only one, then opened them. "Prioritize medical continuity. No interruption in healer cooperation. Prepare inspection terms we can live with but do not yet intend to accept. Germany gets a temporary data sharing pause, not structural withdrawal. Hogwarts receives no auras." That last sentence made Harry look at her sharply. She did not look back. "No auras," she repeated. "Children dragged out of classrooms become martyrs before lunch," a commander said. "And if they burn the registry wing, then we rebuild a registry wing." The commander fell silent. Harry stepped closer to Hermione. "And Neville," her jaw tightened. "The warrant can be activated." The room seemed to hold its breath. Harry's voice was low. "Are you asking me?" "No." That single word cut deeper than a request would have. Because she was not asking, not this time. She was telling him the system already had a path, a sealed warrant, a legal threshold, a crisis. A man designated as threat, everything ready, everything arranged, power was never seized. It was arranged until refusal became impractical. Harry heard the echo of a sentence Hermione had once spoken like wisdom, now it sounded like prophecy. "Do not activate it," he said. Hermione turned toward him fully. Around them, the crisis continued in whispers. "Harry, no. He has released security infrastructure to foreign governments. He released proof. He released partial proof, selected for maximum destabilization, still proof. He has compromised active protections. He has exposed active abuses." Her eyes flashed. "And if people die because hostile actors now know how to avoid detection, then we deal with that." "That is not a plan." "No," Harry said. "It's a limit." Hermione stared at him. He saw it happen, the calculation, the legal pathways, the personal history, the political cost. The risk of defying him, the risk of obeying him. For 1 second, he wondered whether she would choose the machine over him. Then he realized the worst truth. She had built the machine so she would never have to experience the choice as betrayal. The law would choose. The crisis would choose. The procedure would choose. Hermione would simply comply with necessity. "Do not activate it," Harry repeated, her voice lowered. "If he releases the rapid response keys, then come back to me. There may not be time, then make time." The room watched them without watching. Everyone pretended to read documents. No one moved. Finally, Hermione said, "The warrant remains sealed." Harry exhaled. He had not realized he was holding his breath. Hermione turned back to the table. "Begin external statement preparation. I want 3 versions, legal, public, and international." "No moral language yet. We have not earned it." That sentence moved through the room like a slap. Harry looked at her. She did not look back. The first 72 hours were not a battle. They were worse. Battles had edges. You knew where the enemy stood, even if the enemy moved. You knew what direction danger came from. You knew what wounds looked like. This was information warfare. Everything bled everywhere. The observation network leak did not simply reveal surveillance. It revealed confidence, internal comments, risk scores, threat classifications, review board dissent, Hermione's legal justifications, her objections to her own justifications. Arguments she had won, arguments she had suppressed. Arguments she had postponed because the moment was never safe enough for reform. The Empire learned, all at once, that Hermione Granger had been afraid of the thing she built. That did more damage than if she had been cruel. Cruelty was easy to oppose. Fear was contagious. By the end of the first day, protests filled New London's Central Avenue. Not violent. That made them harder. Muggle-born parents holding signs that said, "We trusted you." Students from Hogwarts and Beauxbatons chanting no oaths under watch. Werewolf advocates divided between those who credited the network with saving lives and those who had discovered their medical movements had been tracked under volatile transformation risk. House elves carrying tiny placards written by legal advocates. Old pure-blood families appeared too, naturally, trying to launder self-interest through civil liberty. That nearly broke the protest from within. Then Neville's people released the Selwyn Cellar documents again, with one addition. Liberty is not hereditary privilege. The old blood does not speak for US. Harry read that line twice. "That's Neville," he said. Hermione stood beside him in the tower, arms folded. "Yes, you sound annoyed." "I am, because he's right. Because he's competent." Harry almost laughed. Then he saw her face, not anger, fear, real fear. "He learned from you," Harry said. Hermione's mouth tightened. "No, he learned from watching what I became." Below, the crowd chanted, not Harry's name, not Hermione's. This time they chanted a question, "Who watches? Who watches? Who watches?" Harry felt the elder wand inside his sleeve. It had never felt less useful. International pressure came faster than Hermione expected. That was the true measure of the damage. She had spent years teaching Muggle governments to treat New London as necessary. Neville taught them in one morning that necessary did not mean trustworthy. 40 governments signed an emergency statement demanding technical inspection, legal guarantees, and immediate suspension of cross-border magical surveillance. 3 international bodies called for hearings. The United States threatened sanctions against magical trade routes it did not fully understand. India paused expansion of healer exchanges until privacy protections were clarified. Japan's Magical Council, which had remained cautiously distant from New London, offered to host neutral talks. The North American magical communities still independent, still irritated by Britain's assumption that history flowed east to west, recognized Neville's documentation as credible enough to require formal answer. That phrase was devastating, not hostile, not supportive, credible enough. Empires could dismiss lies. Credibility required participation. Hermione did not sleep for 49 hours. Harry counted. On the 3rd night, he found her in the Charter Archive, sitting alone beneath floating shelves of legal history. She was reading the original emergency appendices. The ones he had signed, the ones that had given the network teeth. She did not look up when he entered. "I know you're there." "You always do." "No, I guessed." That made him stop. She sounded tired enough to be honest. Harry sat across from her. For a while neither spoke. Then he said, "You need to rest." "Don't." "What?" "Say small kind things when the large thing between us is rotting." The words hit hard. Harry leaned back. "All right." Hermione closed the appendix. Her fingers remained on the cover. "What do you want to say instead?" He looked at her. Outside the archive, New London hummed under emergency conditions. Aurors at every entrance, protesters in every square, foreign officials in secure rooms. Analysts trying to map a network Neville had deliberately built to survive maps. Harry chose truth. "I think he was right to release it." Hermione's face went still. He continued before she could speak. "I think he chose the worst possible moment because there was never going to be a better one. I think he exposed things that needed to be exposed. I think some of what he released will put people in danger." "I think you're right about that too." Her eyes shone, anger or tears, possibly both. "And what does that add up to?" "I don't know," she laughed softly. "Useful." "No," Harry said. "Human." Hermione looked down. That word hurt her more than accusation. He realized it too late. "I'm sorry." "No." Her voice was raw. "Don't be. I've made uncertainty sound like weakness for so long I forgot it might be honesty." Silence. Then Harry said the thing he had been afraid to ask. "Did you know it was this bad?" Hermione's fingers tightened on the appendix. "Yes." The answer was immediate. No defense. No structure. "Yes." Harry felt something inside him go cold. Hermione looked up quickly. "No, not all of it. Not every abuse. Not every analyst overreach. Not every regional office expansion. Not every political flag. But the shape, the direction, the risk." She swallowed. "Yes." Harry stood. He could not help it. Hermione closed her eyes. "I wrote it down because I was afraid I would later pretend I hadn't known." Harry turned away from her. The archive shelves shifted softly overhead, indifferent. "Hermione?" "I know." "No, you don't." "I do." "You wrote yourself a warning and then ignored it." "I postponed it." "That is worse." "Yes." The answer stopped him. He looked back. Hermione was crying now, silently, not dramatically, just tears down a face too tired to hide them. "I kept waiting," she said. "After France, after Germany, after the first stabilization year, after the old blood audits, after the next election cycle, after the next review board, after the next threat decreased enough. But there was always another threat. There is always another threat." Harry said nothing. Hermione wiped her face with the heel of her hand, almost angrily. "And the worst part is that I wasn't always wrong. That's what I hate most. The network saved people. The charter saved people. The audits saved people. Every time I thought, this is the moment we loosen the grip, someone tried to kill a child, hide a curse, smuggle a wand, manipulate a frightened Muggle family, or build a resistant cell around a school." She laughed once, broken. "So I told myself reform after stability. And stability became a horizon." Harry's anger had nowhere clean to go. That made it heavier. "Why didn't you tell me?" Her face crumpled for half a second. Then she answered, "Because you would have told me to stop." "Yes, and I needed you to be the person who might tell me to stop." He stared at her. The sentence made no sense. Then it made terrible sense. Hermione had not hidden the truth because she thought Harry would agree. She had hidden it because she needed his disagreement preserved somewhere outside the machine. A sealed conscience, unused. Protected from her own arguments, Harry sat down again, slowly. "That is not fair. No, to me, I know. To you either." She looked at him then, something like a smile trembled and failed. "No," she said, "but fairness was one of the first things we traded away." The attack came on the fourth day, not from Neville, not from foreign governments, from inside. That was what almost destroyed them. The rebel Auror cohort had been part of the seventh. Harry had inspected them in the early days. He remembered faces, not names. That would haunt him later. They knew New London's protocols. They knew the emergency routes, the ward cycles, the timing of command shifts. They knew how Harry moved when summoned under crisis conditions. Most importantly, they knew he was not at full strength, not fully. The German wand fracture had never healed completely. Hermione had buried the evidence so well that most of the Empire believed Harry's vulnerability had been temporary. But soldiers talk. Healers talk. People who survive battle remember what they are told not to see. Someone in the seventh had seen the Elder Wand fail in Germany. Someone had waited. The attack began as an evacuation alert. False fire in the lower archive. Then a ward failure in the Western Administrative Wing. Then a coded request for Harry's presence near the Charter Vault, where emergency appendices and network override keys were secured. Hermione was in an international conference chamber when the alert arrived. Harry was closer. That was not an accident. He went without waiting for full escort. That was the part Hermione would later blame him for. She was right. He knew better. But New London was in crisis, and some old part of him still believed that if people were in danger, Harry Potter should move first and think second. The Western Wing was too quiet when he arrived. He realized it 1 second before the doors sealed behind him. 8 Aurors stepped from the side corridors, dark robes, silver insignia, wands raised, faces uncovered. That mattered. They wanted him to know. The leader was a woman in her 30s with a scar across her chin. Harry recognized her from the French campaign, Captain Mara Ellison. "Stand down." Harry said. No one moved. The Elder Wand slid into his hand. Ellison's eyes tracked it, not fearlessly. No one sane was fearless before that wand, but with decision. "By authority of the Charter," she said, voice steady. "We are placing the High Protector under protective detention pending constitutional review." Harry stared at her. For one absurd second, he thought he had misheard. Then he almost laughed. Protective detention. "Yes." "Hermione, write that phrase." Ellison flinched, only slightly. "She taught us law should bind power." Harry's grip tightened. She did. "Then let it." The words struck harder than the raised wands. Harry looked at the 8 Aurors, young mostly, not children, not old enough to have seen the First War, old enough to have believed in the second one's lessons. "You know what happens if you do this," Harry said. Ellison's jaw tightened. "Yes, people will die. People already are, just more politely." A man to her left swallowed. His wand did not lower. Harry heard movement behind the walls, wards shifting. They had chosen the location well. Reinforced enough to contain a duel. Isolated enough to delay support. Close enough to the Charter Vault to justify emergency response. Far enough from public areas to prevent immediate witnesses. Hermione had trained them too well, or they had learned too much. "Last chance," Harry said. He hated how familiar that sounded. Ellison's expression changed. Sadness, not triumph. "Sir," she said quietly, "we are giving you one." Then they attacked, not like Death Eaters, not like German war wizards, like Aurors trained by Hermione's system, coordinated, layered, documented. They knew his patterns. First wave, line of sight disruption. Second, wand arm pressure. Third, anti-disapparition reinforcement. Fourth, non-lethal restraint. They did not try to kill him at first. That almost made them more dangerous. Harry shielded, twisted, cast low, turned a binding net into ash, stunned one aura through a gap in formation, and immediately regretted the force when the man hit the wall too hard. Not dead, alive. Harry could not check. Ellison moved fast. She did not duel like someone trying to win glory. She dueled like someone executing a necessary procedure. Two auras kept pressure on Harry's right side. They knew about the injury. His old German wound burned. The Elder Wand answered, strong, then delayed, only a fraction, enough for a compression spell to strike his ribs. Pain detonated. Harry staggered. The fifth aura cast a containment ring around his feet. Harry shattered it. The floor shattered with it. Stones splintered upward. Someone screamed. Harry tasted blood. He had fought armies. He had faced Voldemort. He had unmade a missile. And yet 8 people who knew him, who had trained under his laws and watched his public demonstrations and studied the moments Hermione had hidden, pushed him backward step by step. That was the ceiling, not power, knowledge. Enough coordinated knowledge could turn even legend into a man with habits. Harry's shield collapsed. A restraint curse caught his left arm. Another wrapped his chest. The Elder Wand went cold again, not fully, but enough. Panic rose, with it power too much. The wand warmed, hungrily. Harry saw Ellison's eyes widen. She knew before he did. Down, she shouted. Harry's next spell destroyed the corridor, not figuratively. The western wing of the Imperial Administrative Building tore open as if a giant hand had ripped through it from inside. Walls became dust. Ward glass exploded outward. Floors buckled. The ceiling vanished into white light. The spell was not aimed to kill. That saved most of them. 2 auras died instantly. Harry knew because the Elder Wand knew what it had passed through. That knowledge entered him cleanly, too cleanly. The remaining 6 were thrown into wreckage, shields broken, formation destroyed. Ellison survived, bleeding from the forehead, wand still in hand. Harry stood in the center of the ruin, robes torn, face cut, Elder Wand raised. For 1 second, he could have ended all 6. The wand was ready. The Empire would call it self-defense. Hermione could write the statement before sunset. Rebel Aura cohort attempts unlawful detention of High Protector during security crisis. Lethal response regrettable but necessary, clean, defensible, horrific. Harry lowered the wand. Run, he said. Ellison stared at him. Run, she understood first. She grabbed the nearest wounded aura and triggered an emergency portkey. Others followed. One hesitated by the body of a dead comrade. Harry looked away. The aura escaped too. When Hermione found him 20 minutes later, Harry was sitting in the rubble. The sky was visible above him through what had been 3 floors of Imperial architecture. Dust fell like snow. The Elder Wand lay across his knees. 2 bodies remained nearby under conjured sheets placed by emergency responders. Harry did not remember conjuring them. Hermione arrived with half the Security Council behind her. She stopped at the edge of the destruction. For once, no mask held her face broke. Harry, he did not look up. She crossed the rubble carefully, dismissing everyone with one savage motion. No one argued, not now. She knelt in front of him. There was blood on his face. She reached to wipe it away. He caught her wrist, not hard, but enough. Her hand froze. They were ours, he said. Hermione's eyes filled. I know. They used your laws. I know. They tried to arrest me with words you wrote. Her face twisted. I know. Harry let go. Hermione sat back on her heels. For once, she had no immediate answer, no structure, no category, no file, just rubble. 2 dead auras, 6 fugitives. 1 High Protector who had nearly become exactly what they feared. Harry looked at the wand. I could have killed all of them. Hermione's voice was barely audible. Why didn't you? He laughed softly. It came out broken. I don't know, but he did. Because Neville had warned him. Because Ginny had loved him before power. Because Ron had stepped away quietly. Because McGonagall had resigned. Because Luna had painted a bird leaving a cage. Because Hermione had once been a girl who set teachers on fire and broke rules to save people. Because Harry Potter had walked into the forest to die rather than let others die for him. Because somewhere under titles and laws and fear, that boy still existed, barely. But enough. Hermione reached for his hand. This time he let her. They sat in the rubble as sirens echoed through New London. Below them, the Empire trembled. The conversation happened that night. Not in the council chamber, not in Hermione's office, not in Harry's formal residence. They went to Grimmauld Place. That was Harry's choice. Hermione almost objected, then did not. The house seemed smaller than it had years ago. Or perhaps they had grown too large for it. The old dining room, once an archive, was quiet now. Most operations had moved to New London. A few shelves remained, along with a scarred wooden table and a portrait frame that had finally been emptied after Hermione found the legal charm binding Walburga Black's image to the wall. Harry sat at the table with a bandage around his ribs and a healing charm pulsing at his temple. Hermione stood by the fireplace. For 10 minutes neither spoke. Then Harry asked the question, "Was any version of this worth it?" Hermione closed her eyes. He had expected her to answer quickly, defensively, with statistics, violence reduction, poverty decline, Muggle-born enrollment. Disease rates, old blood influence, he had heard them all. He had used them himself. Instead, Hermione remained silent for so long that Harry thought she might not answer. When she did, her voice was stripped bare. "I believe the old world was worse." Harry looked at her. She did not look away from the fire. "I believe that, completely, not as justification. As fact, the old world was cruel in ways it had normalized so thoroughly that people called it tradition. Muggle-borns were tolerated when useful, discarded when inconvenient, and hunted when politics turned. Werewolves were treated as infections with names. House elves were property with grammar. Squibs were family embarrassments. Muggles were manipulated without consent. Old families ruled because their ancestors survived long enough to make theft sound like heritage. She turned. "I believe what we built has saved lives, not symbolically, actually. People are alive because of the Charter. Children are in school, families are whole, diseases are treated, courts listen. Monsters with good surnames are afraid." Harry said nothing. Hermione's voice softened. "I believe that in 2 generations, if it survives long enough to be reformed by people less frightened than us, this world may be better than anything that came before it." "If," Harry said. "Yes. And the price?" Hermione's eyes shone. "I cannot tell you if it justifies what we did." That answer hurt more than a defense would have. Harry leaned back. "You used to always know." "No," she smiled faintly, painfully. "I used to always argue. Despite everything," he almost smiled. Then she said, "I stopped asking myself the question." Harry looked at her. Hermione's face was pale. "Not because I didn't care. Because when I asked it honestly, I couldn't function. Every order became impossible. Every risk became a person. Every person became a possible catastrophe. So I narrowed the question. To what? What prevents the most harm today?" Harry closed his eyes. There it was. The Empire's heartbeat, not glory, not greed, triage, endless triage with armies and laws. Hermione sat across from him. "I thought if I could answer today correctly enough times, history would forgive the pattern." Harry opened his eyes. "And now I think history is made of patterns." The fire cracked. Somewhere upstairs, the old house creaked as if remembering worse families than them. Harry looked at his bandaged hands. "I killed 2 of them. They attacked you. They were trying to arrest me. They were trying to overthrow constitutional authority during a global crisis." Harry looked up sharply. Hermione stopped. A horrified expression crossed her face. "I'm sorry. Don't. I didn't mean you did." She flinched. Harry's voice was low. "That is the problem. You did mean it, and you also know it's not enough." Hermione covered her face with both hands. For the first time in years, she looked young, not innocent, never innocent again, but young and exhausted and terribly human. "I don't know how to hold all of it at once," she whispered. Harry stared at her. Then, slowly, he reached across the table and took her wrist, not to restrain, to anchor. She lowered her hands. Tears streaked her face. He had seen Hermione cry before, in fear, in pain, in grief. This was different. This was the collapse of someone who had built herself into a pillar and discovered pillars were not allowed to fall. "I can't undo it," she said. "No. I don't know how to dismantle it without making everything worse. I know. I don't know how to keep it without becoming worse." Harry's grip tightened. "Then we stop pretending those are the only 2 choices." She laughed through tears. "That sounds very noble. It's all I have." "No." Hermione said quietly. "You have the wand." Harry looked toward the table. The Elder Wand lay there between them, dark, still, patient as history. "Yes," he said, "and that's why it can't be the answer." Hermione stared at him. For years, the wand had been deterrent, symbol, weapon, guarantee. Now, for the first time, Harry said aloud what both had avoided. Power could not solve the problem created by power being trusted too much. "What are you going to do?" Hermione asked. "I don't know yet." She gave a weak, broken smile. "Human again." Trying. The smile faded. Harry looked at her. "The warrant for Neville." Hermione went still. There it was, the next door. "I can't cancel it unilaterally," she said. "You can recommend suspension." "Yes." "Will you?" Her face closed, not from refusal, from terror. "If Neville remains free, he will keep moving." "Yes, he will release more." "Maybe he will weaken the network." "Good." "Harry, good," he repeated. Hermione stared at him. He had never said it so plainly before, not partially, not cautiously, not wrapped in concern. "Good. Let the machine be weakened. Let someone outside them hold a knife to its cables. Let the Empire learn fear from below." Hermione stood slowly. "You do not understand what failure could cost." Harry stood too. "No, I understand that you've made every criticism sound like failure." Her face went white. He continued. "The warrant ends. It cannot simply end. Then I will end it publicly." The room went utterly still. Hermione's voice was careful. "Do not threaten something you haven't thought through. I have thought through everything for years and still ended up here." "That is not an argument." "No, it's a confession." She stared at him. Harry stepped back from the table. "I am releasing Neville from the arrest warrant. If you do that without council process, I know. If you do that without warning me, I am warning you now." Pain moved across her face, not political pain, personal, that almost stopped him. Almost. "You'll undermine me," she said. Harry's voice broke slightly. "Yes." There it was, the first true act against her judgment, not an argument, not hesitation, not private disapproval. Action. Hermione looked as if he had cut something she had believed would hold forever. Perhaps he had. "You think this saves us?" she asked. "No. Then why?" "Because I need to do one thing that isn't optimized." She laughed once, a devastated sound. God. Harry picked up the Elder Wand, not threateningly, just because it was his, and that was part of the tragedy. "I need to make a choice that scares the system because it came from me and not from its procedures." Hermione's eyes searched his face. For once, she seemed unable to predict him. That felt like freedom, small, late, but real. Finally, Hermione whispered, "He will use it." "I know. He may destroy what we built. Maybe. And you're willing to risk that?" Harry looked at her, then at the house that had once belonged to the Blacks, a family whose old certainties had rotted everything they touched. "Yes," he said. "Because if what we built can only survive Neville in chains, then it deserves to be afraid." Hermione closed her eyes. A tear fell. She nodded once. Not agreement, not forgiveness, acknowledgement. Harry left before morning. For the first time in years, Hermione did not know where he was going. The announcement was made from Hogwarts. That was Harry's choice too, not New London, not the Ministry, not a military platform. Hogwarts. Professor Vector objected, then saw Harry's face and stopped. The great hall filled quickly, students first, teachers, reporters, wand cameras, foreign observers. No aura formation. Harry forbade it. 2 security officers remained at the doors, looking deeply unhappy. Hermione arrived 5 minutes before the announcement. Harry had not invited her. She came anyway. Of course she did. She stood near the back, not beside him. The distance was noticed. Good, Harry thought, then hated that politics had taught him to value even pain for its usefulness. He stepped onto the dais where Dumbledore had once stood, where McGonagall had once stood, where children had once been sorted before war taught them that houses were less important than who stood when darkness entered the room. Harry looked out. He saw fear, hope, anger, curiosity, students who had been taught to salute him, students who had written Granger test on walls, students who believed Neville was a criminal, students who believed he was the only honest adult left. Harry placed the Elder Wand on the lectern. A ripple moved through the hall. He did not hold it. That mattered. "My name is Harry Potter," he began. The hall went still. "Not Lord Potter Black." Not High Protector, not Master of the Elder Wand, just Harry Potter. I have held power for years because I believed refusing it would leave worse people to take it. Hermione's face changed at the back of the hall. Harry did not look away from the students. I still believe that was true. Murmurs. He raised a hand. But truth is not innocence. Silence again. The Charter has protected people. The reforms have protected people. The observation network has also overreached, harmed, and frightened people who had every right to demand better from us. A reporter's quill snapped, writing. Harry continued. Neville Longbottom released classified information. Some of it may create real danger, but he also revealed failures that should not have required a leak to be seen. Now the hall was completely silent. Harry felt the system around him recoiling, not physically, politically, legally, structurally. Every sentence was a stone removed from a wall Hermione had built to hold back floodwater. He kept going. The sealed arrest warrant for Neville Longbottom is hereby withdrawn under my authority as High Protector. Gasps. Shouting. A professor stood. Someone dropped a camera. At the back, Hermione closed her eyes. Harry's voice rose, not loud but clear. No person will be arrested for possessing or discussing the leaked documents unless directly involved in violent action or immediate threat to life. An independent review of the observation network will begin within 30 days. Its members will include representatives not appointed by New London alone. Chaos. This time, he did not stop it immediately. He let people react. That too mattered. For years, every public moment had been managed. Every silence engineered, every risk contained. Now Hogwarts sounded alive, angry, confused, hopeful, afraid. Alive, Harry waited. Eventually, the hall quieted because people wanted to hear what came next. He looked toward Hermione then, only briefly. Her face was unreadable except to him. Wounded. Furious, proud, terrified, all at once. Harry turned back. I am not dissolving the Empire. The words struck the hall like thunder. Empire, said aloud by him, no polite substitute, no framework, no protectorate, no integration authority. Empire. I do not know if that is cowardice or responsibility, Harry said. Maybe both. But I know this. A world built to prevent another Voldemort cannot survive by treating every challenge as the beginning of one. No one moved. Harry picked up the Elder Wand, not raised, held. Power should be afraid of truth. If it isn't, it has already become something else. He stepped back. No anthem, no salute, no choreographed exit, just noise, questions, history-breaking formation. Hermione did not speak to him for 2 days. That was not entirely true. She sent documents, marked corrections, emergency legal implications, international response summaries, security forecasts. 3 versions of the independent review structure, each annotated with risks and likely sabotage vectors. So perhaps Hermione did speak, just not as herself. Harry read everything, signed some, rejected more. For the first time, his rejections went through without Hermione silently returning them in improved form. The Empire adjusted badly. That was expected. Germany celebrated the announcement and immediately demanded more concessions. France asked whether treaty terms were now reviewable. Muggle governments welcomed the independent review while privately pushing for inspection rights far beyond what Harry had promised. Old blood families attempted to use the moment to challenge estate seizures. Hermione crushed that within 6 hours with a public reminder that civil liberty did not restore confiscated torture cellars. Harry sent her a note after reading the statement. Good line. She did not reply. Neville did, not publicly. A letter arrived at Grimmauld Place by ordinary owl. No enchantments, no hidden code, no dramatic resistance seal. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately. Harry, you did not have to do that. That is why it mattered. I am not coming in. Not yet. You know why. The network review must include people who hate it, people who need it, and people it hurt. If Hermione is allowed to define the question, she will win the answer before anyone sits down. I say that with respect and fear. Tell her I remember the troll. Tell her that matters too. Neville Harry read the letter 3 times, then took it to Hermione's office. She was there, Of course she was. The city outside her window looked different after the leak, not physically. But Harry could no longer see its lights without imagining the data flowing beneath them. Hermione did not look up when he entered. "I'm busy." "I know. That means leave." No, her quill stopped. Harry placed Neville's letter on her desk. She stared at it as if it might explode, then picked it up. He watched her read. At first, nothing changed. Then she reached the last line. "Tell her I remember the troll." Her face broke. Not much, enough. She sat down slowly. Harry waited. Hermione folded the letter carefully, too carefully. "That was unfair of him," she said. "Yes." A tear fell onto the desk. She wiped it away at once. Harry sat across from her. "He's not coming in." "I know. He says the review needs people who hate the network, people who need it, and people it hurt." Hermione laughed weakly. "That is annoyingly good. He said if you define the question, you'll win the answer before anyone sits down." Her mouth twisted. "He knows me." "Yes." The silence that followed was not comfortable, but it was less armed. Finally, Hermione said, "You should have warned me before Hogwarts." "I did." "No," she said. "You warned me as Harry, not as the High Protector." Harry absorbed that. It was fair, cruelly fair. "I needed to do it before you made it impossible." Her eyes flashed. "I would not have made reform impossible." "No, you would have made it safer. That is my job. That is your instinct." She looked away. Outside, a protest chant rose faintly from the avenue below, no longer only accusation. Now demand, review, reform, oversight, truth. Words that sounded less like rebellion and more like a society discovering muscles the Empire had not trained it to use. Hermione folded Neville's letter again. "I don't know who I am if I'm not the person preventing catastrophe." Harry's chest tightened. "You're Hermione," she smiled bitterly. "That used to mean something clearer. It still does. To you." Harry thought about the girl who had repaired his glasses, set Snape's robes on fire, brewed Polyjuice, punched Malfoy, fought at the Department of Mysteries, erased her parents' memories, screamed under Bellatrix's knife, and still come out of the war believing the world could be made rational enough to stop hurting children. Then he thought of the woman who had flagged Eleanor Price. Both were true. That was the burden. "Yes," he said. "To me." Hermione looked at him for a long time, then she nodded once. Not forgiven, not healed, but still there. That was something. The independent review began 3 weeks later. It nearly collapsed before lunch. That was probably healthy. For the first time in years, a major imperial mechanism existed in a room Hermione did not control. She was present, of course, but not chairing. Kingsley chaired. He had not resigned. Not yet. When Harry asked why, Kingsley said, "Because someone has to stay long enough to make leaving meaningful." The review included magical civil liberty advocates, Muggle privacy experts, representatives from integrated territories, healers who depended on network alerts, victims of old blood violence, former targets of wrongful monitoring, student observers, and one house elf legal scholar who terrified 3 senior barristers within the first hour. Hermione sat at the witness table on the second day. Not as architect, as subject. Harry watched from the gallery. Neville did not attend, but his absence sat in every empty chair. The first question came from a Muggle-born student from Hogwarts, 16, voice shaking. "Director Granger, if the observation network had existed when you were at school, would you have trusted it?" The room went silent. Hermione looked at her. No folder, no prepared note. "No," Hermione said. The answer moved through the room. The student swallowed. "Then why should we?" Hermione closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them, she looked older. "You shouldn't." Even Kingsley looked surprised. Hermione continued. "You should not trust any system merely because the people who built it claim good intentions. Especially not this one. Especially not mine." Harry stared at her. This was not surrender. He knew her too well. This was something harder, truth without abandoning the argument. "The network prevented real harm," Hermione said. "It also concentrated visibility and discretion too narrowly. Its emergency thresholds were too broad. Its political association flags were indefensible in several applications. Its review mechanisms were too dependent on internal classification." The Alienor price monitoring order was lawful under the system I built. That is precisely why the system must change. A murmur moved through the chamber. Hermione's hands remained still on the table. I will defend the lives saved by early detection. I will not defend the assumption that saved lives grant unlimited moral credit. Harry looked down. He had not known how badly he needed to hear her say that. Kingsley asked softly, "Director Granger, do you accept responsibility for those failures?" Hermione looked at him. "Yes." The word was simple. No architecture, no clause, no evasion. Yes. Outside the chamber, the Empire did not fall. That surprised many people, perhaps Hermione most of all. Reform came slowly, too slowly for some, too quickly for others. The observation network was not dismantled. Neville condemned that in a later anonymous release, though the phrasing was so obviously his that half the world smiled while reading it, but the network was narrowed. Political association flags were suspended. Minor monitoring required external review. Wand registry access was compartmentalized. Emergency overrides required multi-party authorization outside New London. Independent auditors gained inspection rights. Hogwarts oath instruction was suspended pending educational review. The sealed warrant system was abolished. Hermione fought half the reforms, supported several, quietly improved others. That was how Harry knew she was trying, not because she stopped arguing, because she allowed arguments to end without winning them. The 6 surviving rebel Aurors became a crisis of their own. 2 surrendered under negotiated immunity. 3 fled to North America. Captain Ellison released a statement from hiding. "We did not act because we hated Harry Potter. We acted because the law taught us no one should be above review and then made him untouchable. We failed morally when our action became violence. The 2 who died were our friends. The responsibility is ours, but not ours alone." Harry read it alone, then read the names of the 2 dead Aurors. Thomas Wren, Aelia Malkin. He memorized them, not for speeches, for himself. Hermione drafted a public response. Harry rejected it. He wrote his own. It was shorter. Thomas Wren and Aelia Malkin served the Empire, challenged it, and died because the world we built left too few lawful ways to question its center. Their actions endangered lives. Their deaths remain my responsibility. Hermione read it before release. Her face tightened. "This will be used against you." "Yes, you are accepting more blame than is procedurally accurate." Harry almost smiled. "There's my Hermione." She looked up. The words hung between them. My Hermione, not romantic, not possessive, older than that, sadder. She handed back the statement. "Release it." He did. The public reaction was brutal, complicated, and alive. That was becoming familiar. 6 months after the leak, Neville met Harry in person, not in New London, not Hogwarts. A greenhouse outside an abandoned cottage in northern Scotland. The location arrived through Luna, naturally. Harry did not tell Hermione until after he left. That was cowardice or wisdom, possibly both. Neville was waiting among rows of neglected plants, hands in the soil, one on a table several feet away. That was trust or theater, possibly both. He looked older, so did Harry. For a moment, neither spoke. Then Neville said, "You look terrible." Harry laughed. It surprised him. "You look like you sleep in hedges." "Sometimes they're very comfortable." Silence again. Then they hugged, awkwardly at first, then hard. Harry had not realized how much he had missed him until Neville's arms closed around his back. When they stepped apart, Neville's eyes were wet. Neither mentioned it. "You released the warrant," Neville said. "Yes, you shouldn't have." "I'm getting that a lot." "I mean strategically." Harry smiled faintly. "You sound like Hermione." Neville winced. Cruel, accurate. They sat on overturned crates. Rain tapped the greenhouse roof. For a while, they were just 2 survivors in a damp room with too many ghosts between them. Then Harry said, "You nearly broke everything." Neville nodded. "Yes." "Did you mean to?" "No." Harry studied him. Neville's face was open, tired, unromantic. That was what made him dangerous. He did not enjoy rebellion. "I meant to make it visible," Neville said. "I hoped that would be enough. And if it wasn't..." Then I had other releases prepared. Harry sighed. Hermione was right. About what? You're competent. Neville smiled faintly. She hates that, doesn't she? Deeply? The smile faded. How is she? Harry looked at the rain. I don't know how to answer that. Honestly is usually fashionable in resistant circles. She's trying. She's still Hermione. She's also the person who built the thing you exposed. Neville nodded. All true, she cried at your letter. The troll line? Yes. Neville looked down. Good. Harry's eyes sharpened. Neville did not apologize. She needed to remember herself. That hurt her. Yes, Neville said. So did she. Harry had no answer. The rain grew heavier. Finally, Neville said, I'm not coming back. I know. I don't trust the reforms yet. I know. I don't trust you completely. Harry closed his eyes. I know. Neville's voice softened. But I trust you more than I did before Hogwarts. That hurt too, in a better way. I don't know what I'm doing, Harry admitted. Neville smiled sadly. That's the first reassuring thing you've said in years. Harry laughed once, then looked at him. What do you want? Neville leaned back. Routes kept open. Independent communities left independent. Students free from loyalty oaths. Surveillance narrowed until it stops treating dissent as a disease. And Hermione not allowed to chair any committee investigating Hermione. Harry smiled despite himself. That last one is fair. I thought so. And me, Neville's expression changed. Gently, you need to decide whether you're the Empire's center or its limit. Harry stared at him. Neville stood and picked up his wand, not threateningly, just ready to leave. Those aren't the same thing. Then he was gone. No dramatic spell, no final line, just Neville Longbottom stepping out into rain, becoming difficult to find again. Harry remained in the greenhouse until dark, thinking. Center or limit. For years, Hermione had built around him. The public had believed in him. Enemies had measured against him. Allies had obeyed through him, but perhaps power did not have to mean standing at the highest point. Perhaps, if he had any use left beyond symbol and wand, it was to become the wall that the Empire hit when it tried to expand too far. Not Emperor, limit, it was not redemption. But it might be work. Harry returned to New London after midnight. Hermione was waiting in his office, furious, terrified. Relieved, she said, Don't ever do that without telling me again. Harry said, I can't promise that. She looked ready to shout, then stopped. Progress, perhaps. What did he say? She asked. Harry removed his wet cloak. That you shouldn't chair any committee investigating yourself? Despite everything, Hermione smiled, only for a second. He always did have hidden steel. Yes. What else? Harry looked out at New London, at the lights, the roads, the hospitals, the courts, the watching systems now partially blinded, the Empire wounded but alive. He said, I need to decide whether I'm the center or the limit. Hermione was silent for a long time, then she stood beside him, not touching, not distant beside. And, she asked. Harry looked down at the elder wand in his hand. For the first time in years, it felt less like an answer than a question. I think, he said slowly, I've been very bad at knowing the difference. Hermione nodded. So have I. Below them, the city continued, changed, damaged, better in some ways, more honest in others, still dangerous. Still theirs. Still not only theirs anymore. That was Neville's victory, not the leak, not the review, not the reforms. This. The Empire had been forced to become a conversation again. And conversations, unlike laws, could not be fully controlled once other people learned they were allowed to speak. Chapter 7. What endures dynasties outlive their founders? That is the problem. 15 years after the Longbottom Uprising, the Empire no longer looked young. That was the first sign it had survived. Young regimes were loud. They needed banners, ceremonies, speeches, parades, enemies, declarations. They needed people to look up and remember that the world had changed. Old regimes did not need reminding. They became the weather. Children born after the fall of the Statute of Secrecy did not think of New London as impossible. They thought of it as where forms were filed, where healers trained, where Muggle and magical courts overlapped, where their parents complained about appointment delays, where school trips went in third year. They did not remember Diagon Alley as a hidden street. They did not remember Hogwarts without integrated science labs. They did not remember blood status as law. Some barely understood why their grandparents flinched at old words. Mudblood, squib, creature, muggle, ownership. Those words still existed, of course. Words never died just because laws outlawed their power. But they had become uglier in public, harder to defend, less useful. That mattered. Hermione had been right about some things. Harry had learned to admit that without forgiving all of them. The Empire worked, not perfectly, not gently, not without resentment. But by most measurable standards, the world was better than the one they had inherited. Magical disease mortality had fallen sharply across integrated territories. Muggle-born educational enrollment had stabilized at historic highs. Werewolf employment was no longer a contradiction. House elf legal petitions had become common enough to bore junior clerks. Memory modification abuse had dropped. Old, pure blood wealth no longer translated automatically into political command. Mixed courts were slow, overworked, and infuriating, but they existed. Children with magic and muggle parents did not have to lie about the largest part of themselves. All of that was real. So was the rest. The observation network had been reformed after the uprising, then reformed again, then narrowed, audited, renamed, challenged, partially rebuilt, and argued over every year since. Its current title was the Public Magical Safety and Harm Prevention Registry. No one called it that. People still called it the network, some with gratitude, some with disgust. Most with the exhausted pragmatism of citizens who had learned that no institution was as evil as its enemies claimed or as innocent as its architects insisted. That, Harry thought, was probably civilization, or compromise, or surrender with better paperwork. He was 61 years old and looked 40. The healers had theories. The Elder Wand, they said, had altered the rhythm of his magical aging, not immortality. Not even true preservation. More like a body forced into prolonged equilibrium by decades of contact with a wand that disliked weakness in its master. Hermione had called that diagnosis academically fascinating and personally irritating. Harry had called it another reason I should have snapped the damned thing. Neither had laughed, not really. The wand remained with him. That, more than anything, proved how little stories cared for clean endings. It lay now on the desk before him in the upper chamber of the New London Administrative Tower. Not hidden, not displayed, simply present. Like an old argument no one had won, Harry looked out through the window at the city below. New London glowed under evening rain, its impossible streets layered between old London's bones. Muggle trains moved under magical bridges. Lanterns floated beside electric signals. Warded hospitals shone pale gold. Government halls reflected in glass towers. Broom traffic moved in designated lanes above rooftops, while automated warning charms kept children from flying too close to transport corridors. Extraordinary, alive, no longer miraculous. That last part felt important. A miracle repeated long enough became infrastructure. Behind Harry, the door opened. He did not turn. Only two people entered his office without knocking. One was Hermione. The other was his daughter. This time it was his daughter. Dad. Harry turned. Lily Luna Potter stood in the doorway with a folder in one hand and impatience on her face. She was 23 now, sharp-eyed. Restless. Too much Ginny in the chin, too much Harry in the temper, too much of the Empire in the way she had learned to distrust every room before entering it. She had grown up with two truths about her father. The world loved him, the world feared him. Neither had made parenting easy. "You missed the succession briefing," she said. Harry sighed. "I did not miss it. You were not there." "I spiritually opposed it from here." Lily stared at him. "That might work on Aunt Luna. It won't work on me." Harry smiled despite himself. "She taught you that sentence?" "Yes. Good. No, not good. You have to attend these meetings." "I have attended 17 succession meetings, because there are 17 succession frameworks." "There are 17 succession frameworks because Hermione has a disease." "Hermione has contingency planning." "That is what she calls the disease." Lily crossed the room and placed the folder on his desk, carefully away from the Elder Wand. She had never liked touching it. Harry had never asked why. He knew everyone in his family knew the wand was not merely an object. It was the third parent in every room, the one made of history and threat. Lily glanced at it now. "Is it true?" she asked. Harry followed her gaze. "That depends on what terrible thing you've heard." "That it keeps you young because it doesn't want to belong to someone weaker." Harry leaned back. Healers say something slightly less poetic. "But basically, nobody knows." She looked at him. "Do you?" Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I know power changes the person who keeps carrying it. Bodies are not exempt." Lily's expression tightened. She hated when he answered seriously. She hated it more when seriousness was deserved. "Hermione says the succession question can't wait." "Hermione has been saying that since before you were born." "She's right." "Yes." "Then why won't you solve it?" Harry looked at the folder. The spine was labeled, Framework Roman 17 Distributed Protectorate Transition with Conditional Emergency Reconstitution. He almost laughed. Only Hermione could make abdication sound like a siege engine. "Because," he said, "there may not be a solution." Lily's anger flickered. Beneath it was fear that had always been the hardest thing about children. They made fear honest again. "There has to be." "No, Dad, no." Harry repeated softly. "There does not have to be. That is one of the lies adults tell children because we want the world to seem built better than it is." Lily sat down opposite him. "Then what happens when you die?" Harry looked out at New London. The city did not answer. It never had. "That," he said, "is the question everyone has spent 20 years avoiding by asking it badly." Lily's voice lowered. "What is the right way?" Harry turned back to her. "Not who replaces me, whether anyone should." She went still. "That sounds dangerous." "It is. The Empire was built around you." "Yes." "And Hermione." "Yes. And if there is no central figure after you, then perhaps it has to become something else." Lily stared at him as if trying to decide whether he was wise, tired, or committing treason against himself. He understood. He often wondered the same thing. "You should say that in the meeting," she said. "I have." "And," Hermione produced Framework Roman 17. For the first time, Lily smiled, a small, reluctant thing, then it faded. She scared. Harry looked down at the folder. "Yes, are you?" "Yes." That surprised her. Good, Harry thought. Let his children know fear was not failure. He had learned that too late. Lily stood. "You're coming to the next meeting." "I am." "Yes, and you're going to speak plainly." Harry raised an eyebrow. "Ordering the High Protector, ordering my father." That worked. It always did. Harry nodded. "All right." Lily looked satisfied, then hesitated at the door. "Dad?" "Yes." "Do you regret it?" There it was. The question children eventually asked when their parents had made history large enough to live inside. Harry did not answer quickly. Lily deserved better than a speech. "Yes," he said. Her face changed. Then he added, "And no." She looked frustrated. "That's not fair." "No," Harry said, "it isn't." But she understood more than she wanted to. She left quietly. Harry watched the door close, then looked at the elder wand. "Don't look smug," he muttered. The wand, being wood, said nothing. That was one of its more tolerable qualities. Hermione had no children with Harry. The world had speculated for decades anyway. At first, the gossip had been romantic, then political, then genealogical, then conspiratorial. Eventually it became boring, which was the only reliable death for rumor. Harry and Hermione were not married. They had never been lovers. They had shared too much for that and too little. There was no simple word for what they were. Partner sounded too clean, friend too small, co-ruler too formal, co-conspirator too honest. Family, perhaps, if family could include the person who knew where you had buried the bodies and still corrected your grammar in public. Hermione had one son, Daniel Granger Weiss. His father was a Muggle constitutional scholar from Vienna who had once spent 3 hours arguing with Hermione about emergency law in front of an international review panel, and then, against all reason, asked her to dinner. The relationship had lasted 9 years. The friendship lasted longer. Daniel was 16 now, brilliant, cautious, and possessed of the unnerving ability to make Hermione stop speaking by asking one precise question. Harry admired him deeply. Hermione found him exhausting. This was proof, in Harry's opinion, that justice existed. The Succession Council gathered 2 days after Lily's visit, not in the largest chamber. Hermione had chosen a smaller room with a circular table. That was supposed to discourage hierarchy. It did not. Hierarchy was not defeated by furniture. Present were Harry, Hermione, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Lily. Daniel as youth observer after loudly objecting to being excluded from a government whose future he was expected to inherit emotionally if not legally. 3 regional governors, 2 charter judges, 1 representative from the independent North American magical communities, a Muggle parliamentary liaison, a house elf legal scholar named Tilly, and Neville Longbottom. Neville's presence still annoyed half the room. That was one reason Harry had insisted on it. Neville was older now, broader, lined around the eyes, his hair streaked with gray. He had never returned fully to imperial politics. He served instead as something more irritating, a moral institution without an office. He and Hermione spoke often. They argued more often. Neither admitted how much they relied on the other. Hermione sat with Framework Roman 17 before her. Harry sat across from her. Neville sat between them, which everyone pretended was accidental. Hermione began, as she always did, with structure. The central problem remains unchanged. The current constitutional order depends on emergency authority originally vested in a specific individual under post-war conditions. Over time, that authority has been constrained, reviewed, and partially redistributed. However, several core mechanisms still assume the existence of a High Protector capable of acting as final deterrent in extreme magical or political crisis. "The wand," said the North American representative. Hermione's mouth tightened, among other things. "No," Neville said mildly. "Mostly the wand." A few people shifted. Hermione looked at him. "Thank you for your precision." "You usually appreciate precision. I appreciate useful precision. Then I'm delighted." Harry covered his mouth. Lily kicked him under the table. Hermione continued. Framework Roman 17 proposes a staged transition. First, emergency authority transfers from personal office to a rotating protectorate council. Second, Elder Wand custody is placed under sealed multi-party guardianship. Third, extraordinary magical response powers require concurrence from at least 3 branches unless immediate mass casualty threat is established. Fourth, no. Everyone turned to Harry. Hermione stopped, not surprised, not pleased, waiting. Harry looked at the folder, then at the room. No more frameworks that keep asking how to preserve the center after pretending to distribute it. The silence was deep. Lily watched him carefully. Neville leaned back slightly. Hermione's face went blank in the dangerous way. "Explain," she said. Harry stood, not because he wanted drama, because sitting made him feel like a man agreeing to paperwork. "The office of High Protector should end with me." The room erupted, not loudly. These were professionals. Professionals erupted in controlled voices, overlapping objections, sudden procedural questions, and carefully concealed panic. Hermione did not speak. That was how Harry knew she was furious. He waited until the noise thinned. "The emergency structures were created after a war," he said. "Then used to manage integration, then expansion, then crisis, then reform. Every time we narrowed them, some part remained because there was always another danger." He looked at Hermione. "And there always will be." Her jaw tightened. Harry turned back to the room. "If the Empire cannot survive without one person holding final magical authority, then it has not become stable. It has become dependent." A regional governor spoke sharply. "With respect, High Protector, your symbolic deterrence has prevented multiple conflicts." "Yes." "Ending the office could invite testing." "Yes." The governor blinked. Harry nodded. "It might." "That is not reassuring. It is honest." Kingsley's eyes softened. He had grown old beautifully, Harry thought, not physically, though he was still imposing. Morally. He had allowed regret to make him wiser instead of smaller. Hermione finally spoke. "You are proposing constitutional rupture without an operational replacement." "No, I am proposing we stop calling fear an operational replacement." That landed harder than he intended. Hermione's eyes flashed. You think this is fear? Yes. Good, she snapped. It is. Fear is what competent people feel when they understand consequences. Neville murmured, and sometimes what trapped people call wisdom. Hermione turned on him. Do not. Neville held her gaze. I will. The room froze. There were still moments when everyone remembered that these three people had once been children in a castle, and that history had never stopped punishing them for surviving. Hermione looked back at Harry. If the office ends with you, what happens to the Elder Wand? Harry had known the question would come. He still felt the room narrow around it. The wand was not present. That was deliberate. Its absence had weight. I break it, Harry said. The silence after that was absolute. Hermione went pale, not shocked. No, she had known. Some part of her had known since the day after the Battle of Hogwarts, since the first hesitation, since the first signature, since the first time Harry did not snap the wand when he should have. No, she said, one word, not Director Granger, not architect, not Empress, though no one called her that, just Hermione. No, Harry's voice softened, it has to end. It is a deterrent. It is a temptation. It has prevented wars. It has shaped them. It has protected you. Harry looked at her. There it was, the old wound under every law. Hermione's fear had always worn public clothes, but Harry knew its private name. She had watched the world demand his death once. She had built everything afterward around the refusal to let that happen again. I know, he said. Her eyes shone. The room had become irrelevant. I know what it cost you to keep me alive. You don't, she whispered. No, probably not. Harry stepped closer to the table. But I know what it cost the world to organize itself around the idea that I must remain impossible to remove. Hermione looked away. Daniel spoke then, quietly. Mum. She closed her eyes. That single word did what 20 years of political opposition could not. It made her turn from history to the person who had to live after her. Daniel looked frightened. Not of Harry, not of the wand, of inheritance. I don't want to grow up inside a system that only works because everyone is afraid of what happens when Uncle Harry is gone. Hermione's face broke, only slightly. Enough. Harry saw the exact moment Framework Roman 17 died. Not legally, emotionally. Hermione Granger could argue with enemies forever. She could argue with friends, with ministers, with courts, with Neville, with Harry. She could even argue with herself and win by exhaustion, but not with her son asking not to inherit her fear. Hermione sat down slowly. No one spoke. Then Tilly, the house elf scholar, said in a small, precise voice, "A law that cannot imagine its founder's absence is still a portrait, not a constitution." Neville smiled faintly. Hermione looked at Tilly for 1 second. Harry thought she might argue. Instead, she whispered, "That is annoyingly elegant." Tilly bowed her head. "Thank you, Director Granger." The meeting did not solve succession. Of course it did not, but it ended Framework Roman 17. That was enough for one day. Harry did not break the wand that week, or that month. That frustrated Lily. It reassured several governors. It infuriated Neville, who said patience was not the same thing as avoidance, and then had the hypocrisy to avoid 3 committee meetings in a row. Hermione said nothing. That worried Harry most. She spent the next several months drafting not Framework Roman 18, but something stranger. A dismantling schedule, not abdication, not collapse. A constitutional reduction of the High Protector's authority over 5 years, with review points that could not be chaired by Hermione, Harry, or any direct appointee of either. She hated every page. That was why Harry trusted it. The Elder Wand provision remained blank for a while. Then one night, Hermione came to Harry's office carrying a single sheet of parchment. She looked tired, older than she had in years, not weak, never weak, but less armored. Harry took the parchment. It contained only 3 paragraphs. The first dissolved legal recognition of the Elder Wand as an instrument of state authority. The second prohibited possession of any singular magical artifact as basis for constitutional office. The third established that Harry Potter, upon conclusion of the High Protector transition, would dispose of the Elder Wand by means of his choosing, witnessed by representatives from integrated and independent communities. Harry read it twice, then looked up. Hermione. If you say thank you, I may hex you. He lowered the parchment. I wasn't going to. Good. Silence settled, gentler than it used to. Harry placed the parchment on the desk. You're sure? No, he smiled faintly. Human, she sighed. You've become insufferable since discovering uncertainty. Learned from the best. That almost earned a smile. Almost. Hermione looked out over New London. Do you think Dumbledore would approve? Harry leaned back. I think Dumbledore would say something wise and evasive that made us both feel judged. This time Hermione did smile, a little, then it faded. I hated him for leaving you with the choice. So did I. I became angry enough at his sacrifice logic that I built an empire to prevent it. Harry said nothing. Hermione looked at him. That is not an exaggeration, is it? No, she breathed out, a long, unsteady breath. I thought if the world could be made rational, no one would ever again have to walk into a forest because old men arranged morality around their death. Harry's chest tightened, and instead, I arranged morality around your survival. He closed his eyes. There it was, 20 years late. The truest sentence. When he opened his eyes, Hermione was crying, not like the archive after the leak, not like the hearing. This was quieter, older, a grief that had finally found the first room where it did not need to justify itself. Harry stood and crossed to her. For a moment he was 17 again, and she was 2, and the whole world was a tent in the rain. He put his arms around her. She held on tightly, neither apologized. Some things were too large for apology and too intimate for forgiveness. They simply had to be held until they stopped burning. Neville's memoir was published the following spring. Its title was simple. What We Let Happen the Empire nearly refused publication, not officially. No one wanted to be the clerk who banned Neville Longbottom's memoir after 2 decades of reform. But there were concerns, security concerns, privacy concerns, historical accuracy concerns, regional stability concerns. Hermione received a 30-page advisory recommending delay. She read it, marked 3 factual corrections, then wrote across the top, publication permitted. If the Empire cannot survive a memoir, it deserves the embarrassment. Harry framed that note. Hermione called him childish. He did not care. The book became the most read work in the Empire's history within 6 months, not because it was sensational. It was not. That was its power. Neville did not write like a man seeking revenge. He wrote like a gardener describing rot, patiently, specifically, with names where names were needed and restraint where cruelty would have been easier. He wrote about the war, about watching Harry rise, about admiring Hermione, about fearing her, about the first time someone came to him with a wand monitoring notice and whispered, "I don't think I did anything wrong," about Eleanor Price, about the Granger test, about the safe houses, about the leak, about the rebel Aurors, about Harry releasing the warrant, about Hermione's testimony, about the reforms that worked and the reforms that failed. He did not excuse old blood. He did not romanticize resistance. He wrote 1 chapter entirely about people who used civil liberty language to hide inherited cruelty. Hermione called that chapter adequate. Neville sent her a note reading high praise. I shall preserve it for my grandchildren. She did not reply, but she kept the note. The chapter that broke her was not the one about the network. Harry knew because he found her in her private library at 4 in the morning with the book open on her lap and her face wet. The chapter was called The Girl Who Would Have Been Flagged It Was About Hermione at 14. Not as politician, not as architect. As a girl in a library, breaking rules because the rules were too small for the danger in front of her. Neville wrote of the troll, of Polyjuice, of the time-turner of Buckbeak, of the Department of Mysteries, of a child whose first instinct, when authority failed, was to learn enough to become dangerous. Then he wrote, a just society must be able to tell the difference between dangerous children and wrong children. We failed many children because Hermione Granger once saved the world by being dangerous, then built a system afraid of anyone who reminded her of herself. Harry stood in the doorway for several seconds. Hermione did not look up. I know you're there, she said. He entered. You guessed. No. You step differently when you're worried. He sat beside her. The room smelled of old parchment and rain. For a while they said nothing. Then Hermione closed the book. I hate him. No, you don't. No, she wiped her face. I hate that he can write simply. Harry smiled softly. That does feel unforgivable, she laughed once. It became a sob halfway through. Harry took her hand. Her fingers were thin now, still ink-stained, always. He was fair, she whispered. Yes, that's worse. Yes, she looked at the book. He included the price file. He had to. I know. She's a professor now. I know. Eleanor Price taught political magic at Hogwarts. Her most popular lecture was titled Safety, Fear, and the Administrative Imagination. Hermione attended once in disguise. Eleanor noticed by minute 6 and adjusted the lecture to include more footnotes. Hermione had called her promising. Harry had called that cowardly praise. Hermione had thrown a biscuit at him. Now, sitting beside the memoir, Hermione looked very small, not diminished, human. I thought history would understand, she said. Harry looked at her. Does it? She considered that. Then said, worse, it does. That was true. Neville's memoir did not destroy her. It complicated her. That was harder. Villains could be condemned. Heroes could be honored. Hermione Granger had become a case study in every school she helped reform. The girl who fought tyranny. The woman who built surveillance. The architect of rights. The author of Overreach. The mind that broke blood hierarchy. The hand that signed Eleanor Price's monitoring order. All true. History understood her perfectly. That was its cruelty. The Elder Wand was broken at Hogwarts, not because Harry believed places could purify choices. They could not. But some places deserved to witness endings they had been denied at the beginning. The ceremony was small. That was Hermione's demand. No spectacle, she said. Harry had agreed. Then she invited half the Constitutional Transition Council, student witnesses from Hogwarts, representatives from integrated territories, foreign magical observers, 2 Muggle legal historians, Neville, Kingsley, Lily, Daniel, Teddy Lupin, and Eleanor Price. Harry looked at the list and said, "This is your definition of small. It is small relative to historical consequence. You need help, I have been told." The ceremony took place on the stone bridge at sunset, the same bridge where generations of students had passed without knowing how often adults failed them. Hogwarts rose behind them, scarred and enduring. The lake below reflected gold. Harry stood at the center of the bridge with the Elder Wand in his hand. For once, it felt light. That frightened him. Hermione stood to his left, Neville to his right, Lily and Daniel behind them. Kingsley sat in a chair now. Age had finally made standing for long ceremonies impractical. He looked content in a way Harry envied. Eleanor Price stood with the student witnesses. She was 30 now. Calm, severe, brilliant, her eyes met Hermione's once. Neither looked away. That, Harry thought, was its own kind of constitutional reform. No speeches were planned. Naturally, Harry gave one anyway. Not long, he had learned something at last. "I kept this wand because I was afraid of what would happen if I did not," he said. The wind moved softly across the bridge. For a long time, that fear was not foolish. There were people who would have used any weakness to rebuild cruel things. There were people who needed protection. There were systems that did not change until something stronger forced them to change. He looked at the wand. But no tool remains only what it was first used for. This wand became a promise, then a warning, then a habit. Too much of the world learned to ask what I could prevent instead of what it should be allowed to decide. He looked toward Hermione. She was crying silently. He had expected that. He continued, "I do not break it because everything we built was wrong. It was not. I do not break it because power is always evil. It is not. I break it because no society should have to be good only while one hand holds one wand." Neville closed his eyes. Harry raised the Elder Wand. For the first time in many years, he remembered the morning after the Battle of Hogwarts, the ruined classroom, Hermione's folder. Ron's quiet hurt, Ginny in the rain, Kingsley's warning, McGonagall's grief, the first time he had not broken it, then every time after. Power was not one choice. It was repetition, so was release. Harry gripped the wand with both hands. For 1 second it resisted, not physically, magically, a pressure in the bones. A whisper without words, the old promise, you can still hold, you can still prevent, you can still be necessary. Harry thought of the forest, of walking to death because everyone believed there was no other way. Then he thought of Hermione building a world because she had refused to ever accept that again. He loved her for it. He feared what love had made possible. Then he snapped the Elder Wand. The sound was small, absurdly small. A crack of wood, no thunder, no scream, no burst of ancient magic tearing the sky apart, just a wand breaking in a man's hands. For a moment, nothing happened. Then every ward around Hogwarts flickered, not failing, acknowledging. The lake went perfectly still. The broken halves of the wand lay in Harry's palms like ordinary wood. He began to shake. Lily reached him first. She wrapped her arms around him, and Harry held his daughter with hands that no longer held the most powerful wand in the world. Hermione turned away. Neville put a hand on her shoulder. She did not shrug it off. That was history, too. The Empire did not collapse. That disappointed some people. It reassured others. Mostly, it continued awkwardly, which was the closest thing to maturity most states ever achieved. The High Protector's Office entered its final transition phase. Emergency authority moved into plural institutions with irritating names and slower procedures. The first true constitutional elections across integrated territories were messy, unfair in places, contested in others, and still more representative than anything the magical world had known before. Old families attempted comebacks. Some succeeded locally. Most failed publicly. Muggle governments pushed too hard in several areas and were pushed back by magical courts now confident enough to oppose both sides. The network survived in narrowed form. So did criticism of it. Hogwarts abolished loyalty oaths permanently. Students still found things to rebel against. That was healthy. Hermione retired from directorship 3 years after the wand broke. No one believed she would actually retire. They were correct. She accepted a teaching chair in constitutional magical law at Hogwarts and terrorized students for another decade. Her first lecture began, "Good intentions are not evidence. If you remember nothing else, remember that." Eleanor Price attended from the back row. Neville later described the moment as 2 thunderstorms politely sharing a sky. Harry retired less formally. He spent time with his children, visited Teddy, argued with Lily, let James beat him at chess, and pretended not to notice James cheating magically. Took long walks through New London without full escort, to the horror of everyone still paid to worry about him. Sometimes people bowed. He asked them not to, some stopped, some did not. Legends were stubborn. At 68, Harry began to age normally again. The healers were delighted. Harry was relieved. Hermione called it medically satisfying and politically overdue. He called her constitutionally unbearable, she said. Accurate. They were kinder to each other in old age, not softer. Softness was not the same thing as kindness. They still argued about law, about memory, about Neville's increasingly irritating public essays, about whether Dumbledore would have approved of the transition, about whether Ron would ever fully forgive him. Ron, in fact, had not fully forgiven him, but he visited once a year. That became twice, then sometimes for no reason. He and Harry never returned to what they had been. They became something else, older, less innocent, still capable of laughing about chess. Ginny married someone else, divorced, became one of the fiercest critics of symbolic politics in professional sport, and once told Harry over tea that he had finally become almost tolerable again. He considered that high praise. McGonagall lived long enough to see Hogwarts abolish the last oath language. She sent Harry one note, "Potter, took you long enough. McGonagall. Harry framed that too. Hermione called him sentimental. He said yes. On the 20th anniversary of the statue's fall, New London held no military parade. That had been Harry's condition. Instead, there were public debates, memorial readings, medical exhibitions, student performances, historical panels, and one truly terrible children's play about the first Muggle dentist to enter Diagon Alley. Hermione loved the play. Harry suspected this was because it was structurally incompetent and therefore beyond her control. That night, after the city quieted, Harry returned to the administrative tower. Not as ruler, not really. The office at the top had been converted into a public historical chamber. His old desk remained behind glass. Hermione's annotated drafts were preserved in rotating exhibits. Neville's memoir had its own display, which annoyed him so much that the curators refused to remove it, but one window remained accessible, the same window. Harry stood there alone at first. Below, New London lived, Muggle and magical infrastructure interwoven. Hospitals glowing, courts lit late, students laughing on enchanted walkways, goblin banks secured behind old stone and new law. House elf advocates leaving a conference in a noisy cluster. Broom lights moving above train lines. A city that should not have existed. A city born from fear, brilliance, grief, arrogance, courage, and necessity. A city that worked. A city that had harmed people. A city that had saved people. A city no longer entirely his. That was the best thing about it. Hermione joined him without knocking. Of course, her hair was mostly gray now. She wore teaching robes and carried no folder. That was how Harry knew the world had truly changed. "You're hiding," she said. "I am historically reflecting. You're hiding." "Yes." She stood beside him. For a while they watched the city in silence. Then Harry said, "Do you think it had to be us?" Hermione did not answer quickly. Age had improved that in her, or perhaps regret had. "No," she said at last. Harry looked at her. She continued, "I think that is the last vanity of people like us, to believe our damage was uniquely necessary." He absorbed that. Then she added, "But I also think someone was going to fill the vacuum, and I think many possible someones would have built worse." Harry looked back at the city. "That sounds like absolution." "It isn't." "No, it is context." He smiled faintly, still filing things correctly. "Always." Below them, bells began to ring across New London, not imperial bells, city bells, messy, overlapping, half a second out of rhythm. Harry liked them better that way. Hermione rested one hand against the window. "Dumbledore would have understood," she said. Harry's throat tightened. "Understood what?" "That the saddest part is not that it worked." He closed his eyes. Hermione finished softly. "It is that we believed it had to be us." Harry opened his eyes. The city blurred for a moment. He thought of the boy in the cupboard, the girl in the library, the friend with dirt on his hands who had become the conscience of an empire, the red-haired boy stepping backward in a corridor, the girl in the rain who had seen what he was becoming before he did, the teacher who resigned, the students who refused oaths, the Aurors who tried to arrest him, the two who died, Eleanor Price. Every person turned into a file, every person saved by one. No ending could make all of that clean. That was not what endings were for. Harry reached into his coat pocket. Hermione noticed. "What?" He opened his hand. Inside lay one broken half of the Elder Wand. Dark wood, dead now, ordinary. Hermione stared at it. "I thought it was sealed in the archive." "The other half is." "Harry, I stole it from myself. Very complicated jurisdiction." She gave him a look so familiar that for 1 second they were young again. Then she laughed, softly, freely. It startled them both. Harry looked at the broken wand. "I kept thinking I needed to know whether I was proud of it." "The city, all of it." Hermione's smile faded. "And, I don't know," she nodded. "Good." He looked at her. She shrugged faintly. "Certainty has done enough." Harry smiled. Then slowly he opened the window. Cold air entered the room. Far below, New London shone in the dark, alive with people who would inherit what they had made and, if there was any justice, argue with it until it became less theirs. Harry held the broken wand piece over the city. For a moment he imagined dropping it, letting it fall into the lights, letting history vanish into traffic and rain. Instead, he closed his hand around it again, not because he wanted power back, because memory was not the same as worship. Some things should not be used. Some things should not be forgotten. Hermione understood. She always did eventually. "Archive?" she asked. "Tomorrow?" "Thief." "Retired emperor." She winced. He grinned. Then the grin faded, neither title fit, not anymore, maybe none ever had. Harry Potter stood at the window of New London's administrative tower with Hermione Granger beside him and the broken wand in his hand. Below them, the city lived. Not innocent, not doomed, not free of them, but no longer obedient to them. That was the closest thing to hope history allowed. Harry did not know if he was proud. He knew he could not undo it. He knew he would not be the last person to mistake necessity for destiny. He knew, finally, that the answer to power was not purity. It was memory, argument, limits, people brave enough to say no before no became treason. And children born into a world their founders could no longer fully control. The West Emperors ended not with defeat, nor triumph, nor redemption. They ended the only way structures like theirs could end without becoming eternal. They became history. And history, if watched carefully, could still be disobeyed.